I'm a multi-plug. Yeah.
Cool. I've added you to a group called ZANOG23. Thank you.
So here, no multi-plug.
Premier ZANOG, hallo?
Hoe ben jij naar de school? Saflug doet dat.
No, ZANOG and Indaba.
Manje ngathi stable msi.
Yeah, what's the system?
Sali laptop la. But kuna Zoom conferences me by 3 hours.
Yes. You give the PDF to Donald. He's got access to Dropbox to just.
Of
Maybe
course.
I should give you access to Dropbox as well. Just if someone has a great presentation.
I can also just put it up on our web server.
Oh,
And then
email it
any-
to Donald. The Wi-Fi should be fast enough.
Yeah, or
Wi-Fi is
yeah, or,
ZANOG.
or worst case, I can just.
We'll probably delay it by about 15 minutes.
Oh,
There's
I'm
lots
not-
of people stuck in graphics today.
Okay. What's
Donald.
Testing
Sorry,
1, 2,
Donald
3.
at
Testing 1, 2.
inks, INX, dot ZA.net. Sorry, dot .net. Thank you.
done? Or almost done?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Good.
Nice to meet you as well. I'm sorry, they're mostly awful things. I'm a bad person. It's very kind of you. Yeah, that's very kind.
For some reason it's working. For some reason.
Let's find out. Even the sound is fine.
Yep.
I'm streaming. Qui l'a télécommandé? Demande-le, les verts. 5 minutes. Allez, go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to slightly delay the start of the event by about 15 or 20 minutes. We have apparently quite a few people stuck in traffic not far away, so yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
What's your name? I was born with this name, and I'm stuck with it now. Trying to get rid of this thing. Always a cable hanging around my neck. It's a stressful name. As far as I want to run away from cables, cables don't want to be.
So where are you from?
Mauritius. Yeah.
So you came with this.
No, I can just use the live stream. The bridge. No. South Africa.
You can jump very quickly.
You know what? Let's switch jobs. I handle these things with my consultants.
Yeah, so sure. I'm going to start.
The other slides, are you doing them all here? Them there or someone else?
I'm the assistant.
Okay. All right.
Let me get someone so I can switch. So, let me switch to this one.
Okay.
So, the slides and everything. So, the assistant, the system.
So we run your templates, you make sure the slides are proper. That was a big thing.
Because I wanted to get that one here, so maybe in case privacy or that, I can just switch them.
My clock?
Good morning once again. Just for those who have not yet collected their shirts, the shirts have arrived, so you can just go to the registration table and grab your t-shirts. They're slightly smaller cuts, so if you do a medium normally, you're probably going to need a large now. So, yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start now, so please be seated. All right, so sorry for the slight delay. Some people were still coming stuck in traffic. My name is Amrish. I work at the Internet Society. I'm also part of the ZANOG PC, so the wonderful ZANOG family. I've been around for almost a decade, worked for Afrinic and now working for Internet Society. It's always glad to come and meet this community. So maybe just a show of hands here. How many newcomers do we have this morning? Right, that's great. This is about half of the audience today, and I obviously see a lot of familiar faces. Maybe so. First of all, a round of applause for you for coming to ZANOG. I would like to make sure that the oldies here hold the hands of the new people who join for them to be in this new adventure. All right. So what is ZANOG? ZANOG happened. it's not the first time. It happened a few years ago, but then COVID obviously shuffled everything. And I believe it is our second time that we're organizing ZANOG. And it is a simple forum for you guys to come together, to collaborate, to meet people in the industry, to understand what are the latest technologies out there, what are the latest best practices, really to learn from one another. So that you know that at the end of the actually on Friday there will be tutorial sessions, so make sure you sign up for these sessions. And make sure when you leave ZANOG this week, you go not only with a bag of swags, but with also a bag of things that you have learned. So please mingle, please ask questions, please challenge people, please, just be curious about things and ask questions. That's really important. And participation is key as well. We would like you to come to the microphone and speak. Tell maybe your experience, share your experience about how you're running your network. Tell us the challenges that you have been facing, so that others can also learn from you. Please don't forget to state your name and your affiliation when you come to mic. And this is what we have. We have lots of coffee breaks in between where you will have ample time to do networking. And yeah, please come and meet and greet and have beer later tonight. Thank you very much. The social is going to be today then. At 1800 at the roof. So please don't miss out the social. Let me call upon Ed now to introduce our keynote speaker. Ed, please.
Good morning. Sorry for us starting late. Just as a committee, we did not expect there to be as much traffic, so it's been a bit of a chaos. So there's still some people coming, but we decided we can't postpone much longer. Just a couple of things that was perhaps missed out from Amrish's quick ones. For those who haven't known, because I was asked by 2 or 3 people, the bathrooms are on the corner. If you haven't collected your shirt yet, please collect it. Try to always wear your badge. Because many of us have too many people we try and remember, and we're bad. Most of us are bad with names, I believe. Also, your badge will be required for access to the social this evening. So, yeah. I'm just also going to quickly do a thank you to our sponsors. Without sponsors, these events can never happen, especially the ones that give money long in advance to help bankroll these events. So thank you very much to all the sponsors. So up first, we have Jared, who will be our keynote for today. I can't see where he's gone. Oh, there, okay. Apparently I'm going blind as well. For those who don't know, Jared is from Akamai, but also, more interestingly, he has started a community ISP, basically. And I think he's going to be telling us more about that this morning. So without further ado, if I can ask you to come up and get your...
That looks like my presentation. All right, let's see. There we go. Well, I'll
start off by saying hello to everyone here. This is, my name's Jared, Jared Mach. I work for Akamai Technologies, but I was asked to come here to talk about, as I call it, my little hobby ISP that I started off nearby my house. This is a very exciting thing for me. This is my first time to Africa, and so obviously first time to South Africa as well. As part of that, I've gotten to travel around a little bit for my jobs before. But please feel free to ask lots of questions. Find me afterwards. I'm here through Friday night and such. So I'm very excited to be here. So I'm here to tell you about what I did, which was I went and I wisely or unwisely chose to build a greenfield fiber network. Right at the end, right at the beginning of the pandemic times. So, quick background on me. I've been working on the internet since 1995. I started off working in the U.S. We had these NSFNet, or National Science Foundation funded regional network companies there. Those eventually, as the internet was becoming more commercial, were being sold off to private companies. So I ended up working for one of those private companies. And then I moved on to another company called Voyager at the time. And we were doing dial-up in the early days of DSL, through the year 2000. And going and buying up and integrating a lot of those companies together back in the days when we had to type modem initialization strings and such. And then I moved on to actually end up working for NTT, the Japanese telephone company, working on their global backbone through 2017. And as mentioned, I've been at Akamai since then, since 2017. Internet and telecom really have very different mindsets when you look at them, especially in a more heavily regulated market. You have approaches for doing the business that are very different, but the technologies for telecom, for delivering voice and delivering packet data have had a very heavy overlap. And as we've seen, over this time period, we have basically a complete overlap now. Almost all telecommunications networks are built on top of Ethernet, which is, not driven out of the ITU and such. And I've been a lifetime resident in my state in Michigan, right in the center of, the U.S. And I've always been very passionate about computers and technology. I've been doing computers since I was a little kid in school. I was the kid in school that the teachers or the librarian would say, go to this classroom and get this kid when they were not there for the day. They actually had it in their lesson plans to go get this kid out of this classroom and he'll help set up the computers in the library or something for the classes if there's trouble. And out of the necessity of my life, I now own a telephone company in the United States. So let's talk about the market in which I'm in. So when you're going and doing these things, you have to do a lot of research before you go into any business endeavor. I tried very hard to get the existing telecommunication providers to go and build to where I was. In the U.S., there's a large company called Comcast, which was built up out of the integration of many of the smaller cable companies and stuff like that, and they wanted $50,000 to go and build out service to me. And then also, this is the marvelous speed and pricing. Actually, I think the pricing has gone up since the screenshot. But I do go and I check the AT&T website in the U.S. Periodically, and they're very kind. They send me all sorts of ads and marketing material about how they're offering fiber in my community, but still, the fastest speed they offer commercially is a 1.5 meg DSL line, which, if you actually look, it says Internet Basic, 1.0. So they're really only guaranteeing speeds of up to 1 megabit, which in 2023, I think many of us know that's not adequate. So that little pin in Google Maps, Google Earth is where my house is, you can see there's actually some pretty dense development nearby. But I always describe where I live as farm adjacent. You know, the property I live on is a little bit more than an acre, and you know, there's a farmer who farms the property right behind, right to the north of me and right to the south of our neighborhood. And the little farm strip you can kind of see. You know, there's a couple of houses on large lots. You know, right there where I live. So yeah, what do? You start a telco when you're faced with challenges of no internet access out there. So I went and I filed a tariff. I had to go and find a lawyer, find the right lawyer to actually go and file a tariff, and I actually have it up on my website. And then, you know, I recently found out there's somebody I knew, they didn't know the underpants gnomes meme, which if you haven't seen this old South Park episode, it's basically there's these guys, they steal the underpants, and then their goal is eventually profit, maybe? And so my goal was, well, I'm going to solve my problem. I don't have good internet access at my home, and then hopefully one day I'll profit from it, maybe. So I spent a lot of time doing, you know, some of the early research. I played around with, you know, doing bi-di optics on active Ethernet. I actually bought one of the first, you know, so there's Ubiquity, who has their GPON platform. I noticed the hotel here has a lot of the Ubiquity, it looks like security cameras, and the Unify access points, you know, outside here at the hotel. And I actually bought one of the first GPON beta units that they had available in the States. And those units are great, but they also have some drawbacks there. And then I spent a lot of time and effort marketing and kind of talking to all my neighbors. I'd lived in my house since 2002, but I hadn't gotten to know kind of the extended neighborhood people, aside from the people who lived on my street. I hadn't gotten to know the people who were maybe a mile down the road or a little bit further. And now I'm well known by all of them. I think, you know, for better or for worse, hopefully right now for better. And I ended up mailing a lot of these people actually physical letters in the mail. So they would go out to their mailbox and they would have, I started off printing them on, you know, labels out of the, you know, out of an Excel spreadsheet onto envelopes, and, you know, sitting there and applying them with postage stamps and such. But I actually, one of the things I learned through all of this is if you actually handwrite their name on the envelope, and I have some really awful computer nerd handwriting, they're way more likely to open the envelope and not think that it's some, you know, direct marketing campaign, which I found, that was one of the things I found very surprising, you know, about that. And I also spent a lot of time, you know, talking to other ISPs. I'd been doing a lot of stuff in kind of the big carrier space, you know, at NTT, we were turning up lots of 10 gigs on subsea cable systems, lots of 10 gigs within, you know, the country and, you know, within the US, and eventually moved on to 100 gigs and stuff like that. But it's really important to actually talk to other people who have actual real experience in there. And I really benefited from doing that, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. And I love talking about this project. You know, for me, it's like talking about one of my children. I can spend all sorts of time telling you about my daughter and her figure skating and the stuff that she does, or we can talk about this. And I'll probably, you know, I might enjoy this one a little bit more, but I'm happy to talk to you about, you know, both and such. But it's really, in a community like this, we have the opportunity to share our knowledge and share our experience and our lessons learned. So I spent a lot of time talking to community groups in Michigan. There were ones that we're trying to start up, you know, ISPs. And one of the local townships, they went and actually put on their ballot an initiative to go and vote for whether or not they should actually fund building an entirely underground fiber optic internet service in their area, because none of the large carriers like AT&T and Comcast or Charter in the US,
none of them wanted to actually build into that area because it was, you know, they didn't see the economic value in doing that. And so I talked to the people who were behind doing that. One of those initiatives succeeded and you know, went very well. One of them, the community reaction was very negative, and it actually did not pass when it was on the ballot, it was very interesting for me to watch. And I attended, even though I didn't live in those communities, I attended those meetings so I could understand what it was going to be like going out and trying to sell and market this type of service with people, and see what the different reactions are from those folks. So, what do? Well, you're going to start a business, so you have to actually go and spend some money. So I actually went and I took my bonus from 1 year, and I took a portion of that, and I actually bought a fusion splicer. I bought it off AliExpress, like all great technology comes from. Shockingly enough, I was able to figure it out. I was able to, cut some patch cords together, put them, cut them apart, put them back together, and actually have them work. And then I started buying fiber. I had, for about the 10 years prior to actually building this out, I had actually become good friends with the local wireless ISP. He and I are still good friends to this day. And he now buys his internet access from me, which is, quite an interesting, turn of events. But through that, had the opportunity to help him and experiment with all that fiber technology. Sorry. And then, of course, anyone who's had to actually debug fiber, you actually need OTDR. You have to be able to find the distance to the fault. So you have to start spending some more money. So I have to actually go design a fiber network, figure out where we're going to build it underground, get our tariff. In Michigan, there's a system in the U.S. Some people think of it as DigSafe, but when you have to call before you go and dig. And so when you're going to go out and excavate, even in your own yard as a homeowner, you're supposed to call the utility companies first, and there's a special telephone number, 811, in the U.S. And that goes to the statewide agency that is responsible for doing that. It's a free service that the utility companies have to pay for. So I had to join the system and start paying in even before I put my first line in the ground. Then I went and I filed for a permit. This took a long time the very first time. It should have been very straightforward because as a registered licensed utility, they should have just automatically approved my permit. But as a brand new entrant to the market, they wanted to learn a lot about me first and figure out how I was going to respond, when they threw me a curveball or they said, well, you need to be on the, you have to only be on the east or on the north side of the road for new utilities, where I live. And it's interesting, when the road curves, which side is the north side and east side when you're going through that curve, and what happens if it changes? And stuff like that, and have to go and learn all about this. I was hoping to start construction. Obviously I went and I filed the permit in 2019, so I was like, yeah, I should be able to build in a couple months. I'll be able to build this later this year, and go and go and launch my network at the end of 2019, and have good internet access at my house for the first time in the 17 years that I was living there. Unfortunately, because of what happened, it ended up taking me until September to actually get all the permits done, and then by that point, all the contractors, they were busy for the rest of the year, because where I live, once you hit about middle of October, the ground starts to freeze, because we have snow and all of that other unpleasantness that my understanding is you don't have that here. So, what do? You have to, spend a bunch of money, a bunch of time doing stuff. So you really have to start small with all of this. As you saw, I spent a little bit of money, to go and buy, some of the technical equipment. You get a fusion splicer off of AliExpress. You might be paying $2,000 or something like that initially, and such. But then you also have to find the people to sell you all the pipe, all the splice enclosures, all the boxes. And I went and I incrementally, spread that out. All of my guesses in advance told me that this was going to be about a $60,000 project. So I had to go and line up all of this money. I went and I took one of the ISPs I talked to. They've since been sold and integrated into somewhere else, but it was called Virgin's Fiber, or Virgin's Broadband Fiber.
What they did is they allowed a homeowner to prepay, some amount of money. So in some cases, it said prepay $5,000 and you get a $50 credit for 100 months. And that allowed me to go and have, not everyone can afford that, but a few people who were able to do that, they were able to help kind of feed into that seed money. So I personally wasn't putting all the money in, but they also got basically their money back in the, over the length of time of service. And that credit that stays with that address and stays with that property. Today, I do a very similar model to this now, where I'll give somebody a free installation, and it counts as a 100% service credit these days when I do this. So they might prepay 3, 4, 5 years for service, but they're able to get service much faster than they would otherwise, and that helps offset my direct construction costs in the beginning. And so, like any fun business, you have to spend time with the spreadsheet. So you have to go and figure out, okay, how much is it going to cost me to get internet? How much is it going to cost me to, get that internet installed? All of these things that end up adding up. And once you start doing that, all of a sudden my $60,000 estimate, I ended up, as you see, my total cost estimate was about $139 here in the spreadsheet. In actuality, it was about $161,000. So having some flexibility with the capital was really, helpful. And then you have to actually go and estimate for the business. As engineers, one of the key things we need to do is actually understand the underlying economics of what we're doing. You can go to the management and say, I need this big fancy router, but if you can't make the business case to go with it as well, you're going to have a much harder time. It's not impossible, but you're going to have a much harder time if you don't, understand what a lot of those underlying costs are. And so I bucketed up the subscribers. I figured out, I came up with some guesses of what I was going to do. The ISP name is up there that I sell internet access to now. And they pay for internet access, and it ends up working out great. Now, of course, I didn't get all those customers installed on day one, but this gave me a good idea of how long it was going to take for me to do things, and then based on when things like, the internet service, for my second carrier came in, all of a sudden, you end up with, well, I'll never end up being profitable. Having fun with writing the formulas for the spreadsheets is enjoyable. So once you understand what those are, you understand what your run rate is, your expenses, and really figuring out things like insurance or permit, annual permit fees or licenses and stuff like that. You need to go and factor those in. You also have to factor in what happens when somebody digs up your line. I had a contractor. We came out, we marked the line. This home was 2,000 feet. Off of the road, so a fair distance. What's that? Probably 900 meters or something like that. 800-900 meters off the road. Somebody dug up the line. We had to replace 100 meters of the drop cable. And that contractor ended up getting billed for it because they not only did they dig it up, but then they buried it again. So in order, we had to dig, and it took time to find where they buried it, and they hid it from us. And the homeowner was very upset, not with us, but with their contractor they hired to do the landscaping who did that. But you also have to figure out what happens when people don't pay. I've been actually very lucky. I've only had one, technically two, but I've really only had one customer that's been a non-pay customer who walked away from their bill. And that's the only customer I've lost at all. So I built all that in 2020, and I got that network up right in September, and somehow did that all during that wonderful experience that we shall not talk in detail about, that started in 2020. And I managed to get my contractor to do that. In 2021, I ended up, I told my wife, I'm like, yep, we'll build internet access to the house, and then I'm done. Well, it turns out, a friend of mine in the industry, his sister moved nearby to where I live now. And she bought a farm and a house out by there. Well, she was told, oh yeah, you can get fiber, it'll be $5,000 install fee from this other company. Didn't happen. Turns out I was the next best option. So I ended up going and building another almost exact same size project, about double the size, about another 3.5 kilometers or so, of stuff. I found that in building out there, I got over 50% of the customers along the way. And from that, I was able to actually ended up getting a fiber swap with another carrier. So I actually got even more fiber distance than what I was originally building as part of it, because this other carrier, they were coming out and trying to figure out how to cross this big swamp area. And they build mostly on poles. And I was actually building underground through that swampy area because I don't trust our local utility to maintain their poles. Which, if you ask me afterwards, I can show you pictures of some of their amazing poles and such. But I ended up getting a fiber swap, so I actually ended up getting almost double the fiber network distance out of this, as a result. And when I built the network initially, I was just going to build one conduit. But my contractor and others told me it's only a little bit more money for us to put a second conduit in. So it's basically the cost of that additional conduit, and it was only 25 cents more per foot for me, so that'd be 75 cents a meter roughly, right? So it's only a little bit more money to put a second conduit in. Because I had the forethought to build that second conduit and spent an extra about $10,000 up front in building that, I have the flexibility now that I was able to do this fiber swap, because I originally put like a very small count fiber cable, in that route, and then I came back 2 years later and I put in a 144 count fiber cable, and I have the now with that I haven't cut everything over yet, but once I cut everything over, I'm going to actually take the 12 count fiber out of the other conduit, and then I'll still have an empty conduit, and so I'll still be able to go if something happens later. I'll be able to bring in a 468 or 472 count cable or whatever, and put that in that conduit as well, or something, or a higher count fiber as well. So that 2021 expansion, you can kind of see here in this photo. There's that swamp right there. It had to go and cross that. That's about 200 meters or so that they had to bore underneath to stay there, and ended up, once we built out. The person's house that we were building to was only part of the way. The extra little extension off that road and this road to the south, that was all add-on. Those were all sort of extension areas to the network, because once people found out we were building, they got very excited and they were willing to put in their own money as well. And that's where having that model, where I can adapt to go and take the customer's money and use that to extend the network to them has really worked out well. And that's something that I've really, it's been really rewarding to me personally to see these people coming off of 3 megabit satellite connectivity and suddenly go to gigabit fiber at their house. And they literally run the speed tests on their phone and stuff, and they see that speed and they're very overjoyed. Now, there's a hint here, which is that this is that Hob Road, that was part of an RFP area. Well, at the same time, my local government was starting to say, well, internet isn't very available out there in these areas, and they actually went and they gave a list of about, I think it was 4,000 properties, 4,000 addresses that didn't have internet service, that weren't going to be covered by existing either state programs or federal programs run by the government to go and expand. And so now, all of a sudden, not only am I building this new network, but I'm also now submitting a bid, for money to be able to go and do, additional things. So, this, I didn't update this slide. I ended up signing the contract for this. It took almost a year to actually get this contract signed. So, it ended up signing it, and I got my counterside copy back in June 2022, last year, and such. And so because we've had success in building these areas, and building that out, things really worked out well for me, because I had built this network basically in just enough time that I qualified to bid on this other program, because I've been operating for more than a year, and such. So in the US, we have this Federal Communications Commission. In the past, they had done these maps and these studies of where broadband was actually available. And it turns out that a lot of places, a lot of companies and governments, unless it's your own assets, you don't actually have a very good idea of where internet access is actually available. I'm imagining that may also be true here, is that you may have a community on one side of the road that has excellent access, and on the other side of the road it may not. And so the county where I live, in Washtenaw County, they performed this parcel by parcel survey in 2019. What's interesting is the person who did that is one of the same people who also was taking part in many of the other community outreach activities. And he actually, when the county put that up for bid, he was actually the one who ended up bidding on that, and ended up being somebody I knew, which was rather convenient. It's a very small community of people. I think as anybody who's been here, in the industry for more than a few years, you end up seeing the same faces, even if the company names may change. So this showed that even at my own house, where I knew I did not have service, where AT&T is offering that amazing, 1 meg, 1.5 meg DSL, it has shown that I had service there. And when you end up looking, these are all the addresses, like all the polygon shapes of all the addresses where they determined did not have access. I don't have a laser pointer here, but there is a little cutout there that actually that you can kind of see on there. Let me see if I can maybe make the mouse pointer go there. Does that show? It does. So right there, that's the section that I ended up building in 2021. So the shape that I submitted and said, oh yes, this is a fully funded project and it's being built, they excluded that area. As a result, some of those adjacent areas, it actually ended up making it, so I ended up winning the bid for that stuff. But like I said, we don't have very good accurate mapping. This is a mobile home community in the US, and what you actually see is, it shows that Comcast, the cable company, they service everything on the right, they service everything around, but they don't service the area right in the middle. And this is the quality of mapping that we have available, for us to go and figure out stuff. And this was an area that originally they actually tried to tell me that I won building into this trailer park. I was very excited because I was going to have to build a lot of, middle mile to be able to build there. So I was going to pass a lot of homes along the way and have a lot of opportunity, when I saw that. But I was also like, this doesn't make sense. The other companies, the government money would be better spent just going directly to extend the network from literally across the street there. Or even if they have to split their CMTS node or their DOCSIS system into two, it's probably going to be cheaper for them to do that than to pay me, $100,000 to be able to build, to these locations. The other thing is, right there, I'm not sure what they're calling themselves these days, but the level 3 POP was literally also right next to, right next to and across the street, from some of these homes that were, being made available to build. One of the unique challenges is the long haul fiber. Of course, people want that to go long distances, but because of that, a lot of people have that long haul fiber right in front of their homes, but they don't actually have any local access fiber available, and such. And this is the type of problem that many people, including myself, face. I had fiber that went to a cell phone tower that was 1,200 feet from my house, just a couple hundred meters. But because that went to a cell phone tower, that was not accessible for the consumer network. So in the U.S., because of that thing that we won't talk about, that's in parentheses up there, the U.S. actually made a bunch of money available to local governments. And the way they did that is they sent the money directly down to all of the governments. And because my area had been thinking about the broadband gap problem, in advance, by the time that money actually showed up, they went and actually had some money to potentially spend now that they had done the study and done all of that research. And so, I won several service areas. I finally, like I said, got that contract to go and build out. I ended up getting a little bit over $2 million, which is, when my friends told me I had to stop calling it my hobby ISP because I had gotten, been awarded money. Now, of course, I only get paid after I build it, which is a separate issue. But that's going on. But a lot of the DSL or the WISP, they no longer meet the standards because in the US the standards are now 100 meg down, 10 meg up, but they really want it to be 100 meg symmetric for people to be able to do video visits with their doctors and such. So, in January 2022, this is what I had. I had a little bit over 13 kilometers of fiber network. It's very common to actually get 80% market penetration on an area. I'm now getting in some of the blocks I'm building past, I'm getting 100% of the homes are signing up for service because I've priced it, appropriately. But also some areas I ended up building to. There's one house, in a mile stretch, and that's the case. So yeah, here I had 65 customers, business customer, and I had people getting installed. Now all of a sudden today, I've grown, my area's grown, I'm building in these rural areas, so I'm not passing a lot, even though the distances, as such, are growing. So I've got 22 miles built now. I've started to build past other companies. We had a recent set of ice storms. Ice storms are particularly challenging for the utilities because you get ice on the lines and then the trees that hang overhead on the lines, those will end up breaking under the weight of the ice because ice is a lot heavier than snow and such. And so now I've got 22 miles of network, but when AT&T goes down, because their little DSL cabinet loses power, and I have a GPON network where I have a backup generator, backup batteries, and such, I'm actually online. I actually took, I think, 8 customers away from AT&T during that week outage that they had. People who were on DSL who weren't, they were thinking they wanted to change, but a number of them, they were working from home. And all of a sudden now they weren't able to do that anymore. And you can tell the boss you can't work for home for a day because you have power or some storm. But once you're going on day 5 or 6, the boss really doesn't like giving you a free week of vacation and such. So what's my network usage look like? Over time, I'm now getting some decent trending. I'm peaking, I've got 2 different 10 gig circuits that come in, and between those 2, you can see the peaks are up around kind of that 2 gig number, when people, are doing something big. But the one other thing I do that's kind of interesting is I don't actually rate shape any of my customers because this isn't my primary job, and I don't want them to call me and say, I can't get the speed that I want. It'd be very unfortunate if they call me and say, I'm not getting my speed in the middle of one of my, work calls about our backbone for my day job, right? I don't want to be getting those calls. And so, I don't rate shape the customers because I don't want them to call me, and I don't want to have to maintain all of those records. They're still billed for whatever rate plan that they select, but there's actually, for the most part, no technical difference in the service that I deliver to them. And I'm not really worried about people bootlegging off of the neighbor's service because a lot of these areas are very big and spread out. So if you're the one house per mile, you could get a very big antenna and you're still not going to pick up the neighbor's Wi-Fi. So today I use some Juniper QFX 5100s. Those are great devices because you run GNOS on them. I can configure them relatively easily, and even though they have a limited FIB scale, I can still speak BGP on them, and I can just limit what routes I actually accept. I actually have, I meant to include it, I'll maybe see if I can upload replacement slides, include the regular expression that I built that allows me to route, because I have 2 carriers that I speak BGP to, and out those 2 carriers, I try to pick the best path within reason out those 2 carriers. And I find that fits nicely into the 128,000 route scale that's in there. But I also am economical on some of this. I have Raspberry Pis as my DHCP servers. Why? Because you don't need much more than that. The power usage on them is low. And especially once you're on the Raspberry Pi 4 hardware, have I mentioned that I'm a nerd? You can USB boot off of them. And so you can actually put a USB with NVMe on it, in a very cost-effective manner, so you're not dealing with like the SD card issues that you would have, where those don't have smart or any of the other capabilities to tell you when they're going to fail. I now have 2 of the Ubiquiti OLTs. I've got the Arista that I, bought off eBay as well, originally for doing the active Ethernet customers. And then I've got, just a nice, this cheap Quanta switch, which I bought for about $100, which does my house. And that has 2 10 gig uplink ports. And then, you'll see heavy presence of the Ubiquiti equipment, and they have this UISP console device, which I also bought when it was beta availability and such. It took a while for that to mature. I use that for my CPE for my own home, so my kids sit behind it. So if I need to go and stop them from whatever they're doing, I can block them pretty easily. So yeah, for 2022, lots of stuff. Where I did construction. Ended up getting money out of that. There's also new programs that have popped up out of there. The state of Michigan just closed a program called Robin, which they were doing for expanded broadband, and that was something which I was intending to participate in, but I realized I have a lot on my plate right now. I have a fair number of things that I'm still working on and still doing. I decided not to actually participate in that program, despite all of my friends who are now doing other things. The person who originally got the nearby township to pass on the ballot to do, so they could build out universal broadband or universal fiber availability in their township. He's now actually the state coordinator for this agency called the NTIA. So there's 50 states in the U.S. and he's the coordinator for the state of Michigan now. And he previously worked at at the Internet 2 research side. And so he's now the one ensuring that everybody in Michigan is going to get broadband access. So it's very exciting. So I spend a lot of time staring at maps. I don't know how many of you are spending a lot of time looking at outside maps and such. This is the green area is the area that was in service, kind of in the middle of the second half of 2022. You can see it kind of expanded some. And then those yellow areas are roughly where I'm going to be expanding to with all of the federal money. And actually, some of those areas, they're actually already getting elongated because of this thing I call the next house problem and such. So now, as of the time I left to get on the plane to come here, this is roughly what my network map looks like. You can see it's continued to grow. I've got that, that green conduit there down around this lake community, where people want access. In fact, last night while I was eating dinner, I got a call from my contractor about some problems they were having, constructing down there. So the work never stops, for this. And so, continuing to go and connect people up. So yeah, what's the future look like? Well, I'm going to finish building this project I have. I'm going to be competing head-to-head with a lot of these companies. There's also a lot of mergers going on within the space. As I mentioned, Virgin's Fiber, one of the companies that helped me out in the early days, giving me some encouragement, and shared a lot of stuff. They've now been integrated into a larger company, and there's a lot of companies that are going in and building out. And then there's this next house problem, which is once you get service to somebody, they talk to their neighbors, and the next house, they want service too. And so it becomes important to draw those boundaries and to pre-plan for what you're going to do when that next house calls you. And quite often, I'll start the conversation with them, and I'll say, well, I'm very transparent about it. I tell them what my construction costs are. I talk to them directly about what my materials costs are, and then I start with, at minimum, $5,000 to kind of hear what their response is back. and whether or not they're ready to understand what that is. Even for me to build to a single house, the cost is generally about $2,000 to $3,000 per home passed. And so when you're looking at an expense like that, because once you get into the spliced dome materials, all of the cables, the concrete boxes for the side of the road, and such, those concrete boxes now, they started off being about $250 when I started. They're now, I just got an email earlier this week on it, they're now $850 for me. So a lot of those expenses, those materials costs, which used to be a very small percentage of my overall cost, and labor was up there on the high end, they're really starting to not eliminate the labor as it, but they're eating into a lot of flexibility that I had. And then also the other thing is, as you're growing out and becoming bigger, those number of next houses continues to grow, because now you're adjacent to a lot more properties. So, but what about, how do you map? So in order for me to do cost estimation for all of this stuff, I really need to have accurate data. I need to know the size of these properties and other useful information like, are there pipelines? The one community I'm building in, they have 7 different pipelines that carry everything from compressed natural gas to petroleum products, across those areas. And if you're going to build a line across those pipelines, those pipeline companies, they're going to show up and watch. When we went across one of them, they had a helicopter overhead. I don't know what it costs to fly a helicopter per hour, but they had a helicopter overhead. And I think like many people, I started off using Google Earth. I think many people are familiar with sharing TMZ files and stuff like that, but Google Earth also has a lot of limitations in what you can do with it. So what about South Africa? Well, this is some of the data I was able to actually pull from the GIS data. And this actually has strategic, not only gas corridors, but electric corridors that your country apparently has defined. I don't know a lot about this, other than, these are corridors that have been defined for that. But I imagine that if you're doing something in these corridors, there may be the opportunity to collaborate with the companies that are building it, or there may be the opportunity to, figure something else out. Or it might be an area where it's incredibly challenging to do things because these corridors exist. When we're crossing a pipeline, or when somebody's building one of these natural gas pipelines to service a new community that's being developed out in this farm property, we're quite often not able to actually jointly build with those companies. And so there is an advantage of being the first mover and being in the ground, so then we can be the one to supervise when they're building in those areas. And make sure, and then that construction for us is a lot less expensive than it would be for somebody else later. But going and pulling in all of these areas, including the little Johannesburg shape that I was able to pull out of the systems, is definitely interesting to be able to say, okay, this is what things look like. So, I use this software now called QGIS. It's free software. So it's available to you. And there's lots of open GIS data, definitely in the US, and in just a little bit of research, I was able to find some of that data here, for South Africa. Shape files are the most common thing. They're actually these old database files. They're actually underlying as a DBF file. And so you have all of these wonderful limitations from the DOS days of your fields can't be more than like 8 or 10 characters in length. It's really kind of back in that old DOS 8.3 file limits. And well, the TMZ files can be useful if you're editing them in a native tool like Google Earth, but they're hard to edit in QGIS. And so it's actually helpful to be able to transform that stuff. So I use QGIS, I use it to bring in multiple data sources. I build these collections of data, and then I actually can build all the overlays for actually what my design network is and what my actual network is. And one of the things that is quite common is that in the US, one of the ways in which the governments make money off of their GIS data is they actually sell it. They'll sell it on a CD or sell it as a data download that'll be, actually quite expensive, like $8,000 or $15,000 for the area. So this is how I have mine set up. So I actually bring in, a couple of different things. I bring in all of these RFP addresses, But the stuff that's very exciting is when I get the parcel shape data, they give the parcel shape data away for free, but they don't give you the address or who owns it. But there's another layer called the building footprint layer, where they show you, you know, what registered buildings there are on the property. And in the details, in the metadata of that, that actually has all the address data for it. It actually has when it was built, and it even has the square footage of the building. So you can actually go and look at it and figure out what's there. And so this is how this is the main view I look at through a lot of this stuff, and you can see the details of, you know, you can see the little star for the address, you know, that I got funding for, and you can see the little, you know, green triangles, which is where we're going to put the little handhole boxes or pull boxes for the fiber cable, you know, along the road, because you have to go and put them such that we can get service to, you know, to every single house, you know, including if we cross the road. So having all that data, you know, being able to look at that, look at the zoning of the property, figure out what's going to be there in the future, that's really important. The other thing that's really cool is, so you see here, there's 3 houses, but there's 4 parcels. So when I built past this, I needed to factor in this other parcel is ready to be built on for another home. And I want to be able to build my network such that when somebody builds a house there, it is easy for me to service it. And this is back to, once again, to, you know, the lesson that my friend Ryan taught me about stuff, which is you have to count every house, every parcel by ones. You can't skip any of them. That cost of the second conduit is very low when you look at the cost of the entire project. Fiber is also relatively cheap. If the construction labor is the most expensive part, what's it going to cost you to come back if you make a mistake along the way? Or if your contractor makes a mistake? How soon do you need to correct that? Which is, you need to correct it as soon as possible. And what are your future network needs going to be? So, in talking about this, one of the things that I got approached about, regarding is there's a number of companies that are building satellite internet right now. You know, obviously there's the Starlink service. Amazon recently launched it, or announced that they're intending to launch their service in the future. But what's happening is they're actually building satellite downlink sites in rural areas. So they're actually going to the farming communities and looking for where there is fiber available. And in building out, I now have the ability, you know, I was talking with one of the carriers and they said, oh, we want to know where all your handholds are. I'm like, really? You want to know where all the handholds are? Like, even out in these rural environments? And they're like, I can just service you wherever out there. They're like, no, we want to know exactly where that exact access point is, because then we can show that to our satellite company customer and stuff like that. Also, you know, and I presume this is the same here, is that the cellular networks, they continue to grow. And they continue to expand out. As they're launching in the US, we're on 5G. I see my phone here is on 3G. But like, the really key thing is, when you're here, you want to be able to have good low latency access on those networks and not be using fixed wireless or backhaul. So when it rains like it did last night, you know, that might take down a microwave link or something like that. And fiber really, you know, is a superior technology when it comes to all of this. You know, and the same thing when you start talking about, you know, the GPON stuff. The XGS PON is superior to GPON. You know, any sort of WDM technologies lets you put a lot more data on the line, you know, than the direct light. And bandwidth usage, I think, as we all know, continues to go up and to the right. You know, people want more data, they want faster speeds, and fiber is really the way to do it. And you know, I'm very happy and lucky to have been able to go and build out an all fiber-based network, you know, from the very beginnings of it, and not be saddled with a lot of legacy technology. At some point, my GPON, my active Ethernet, those are going to saddle me down, but that's perhaps a problem for another day, and maybe those electronics will fail before then. So, what's the future? Going to continue to expand. I'm going to continue to look for partnerships, continue to upgrade my network. You know, I've got people saying, hey, you know, we'll sell you an IRU instead of selling me an additional 10 gig wave back to the data center where the local internet exchange is. Going to continue moving on with new technology. I'm building out to new business customers. The local business customers, they're calling me rather than calling, the incumbents like AT&T and Comcast. Or they called them first and they got a price, and I'm able to compete on price and performance with them. A lot more traffic, and really the internet continues to grow and be the platform of the future. We're seeing everything that we're doing now be based upon this, and so it's a very exciting time to be one of the underpinning parts of any business, any company's any nation's economy, and whatever. Seems to be the way we're going. So with that, I'm done. I have time. Do I have a little bit of time for questions?
We can have questions for less coffee. So, questions. Could you use the mic, please, and name and affiliation if you have any? If we have any questions. Yeah, sorry, we only have one mic and it's Try having a room down in the 500s to get a good walk up every morning.
And like I said, I'll be here, through Friday, so please come find me. And you can also come ask me Akamai questions too. But we'll do those on the side, so you can yell at me there. Hello.
It's Mark from Link Africa. What's your take on the future of the likes of Starlink and the orbit satellites? So the likes of that then disrupting, that technology disrupting areas that sit outside of the metropoles.
Yeah, I
think that's interesting, but at some point, they're going to have to build the density for a downlink station in those areas, and so somebody is going to have to bring that fiber out into those populated areas. And so if it's a permanently inhabited area, I don't really see very many options other than going and building something there. I mean, is there, there may not be electricity there, or there may not be like telephone service there. But like, is there cellular service in those areas?
Okay, so the reason I asked is in my previous life, I built 4G networks over Ka-band satellites. So we used MTN to do all the research, and literally could deliver 4G to the middle of absolutely nowhere at a relatively cheap price. And I was just thinking that to long-haul fiber out there, the economics of it just simply don't make sense. So we're talking Nigeria, here's a dot on a map, lights up a $10,000 tower using a Ka-band DSAT backhaul. That technology is there. And my question is, do you see it that a lot of areas that sit in the rural just may never have fiber?
I don't think that's the case. I think the fiber will eventually make it there, because the cost of the fiber relative to building, a dish or tower or something like that is relatively low. And so when you look at the economics of the ubiquity access points that are outside, those were $100 US retail. And so once you start talking about getting into those environments, delivering a Wi-Fi network, even if you're using 1 gig BiDi optics chained every 20 kilometers with a solar panel, the power draw for something like that is very low. And the fiber cable, you can get a single strand fiber cable for less than 7 cents a foot. And so getting out there, you start looking at it, the cost of doing that is actually relatively low. So when you're talking to a little bit of scale, you're looking at, I can get a 12, for the same physical size cable, I can get a 12-strand fiber cable for about, 1 cent per strand per foot. But it still costs me, $165 just for the guy to show up to the job site to bury it. And over those 12 strands, I could run, 64 channels of 400 gig ZR.
Yep. If we can try and make quick questions, because we're...
I have a comment, not a question, so it'll be quick. Jared, great job. As a recovering ISP myself, I commend you on going down that road. Just wanted to highlight one point you had in the slide that I think you had there, which is a sort of a morphing of, instead of just becoming a fiber to the home provider, residential subscriber, you, with that second conduit, you now have the opportunity to service end user businesses, but as you just said in some of your closing statements, you are now also having other carriers come to you. So the point that I learned in my fiber business was that by putting fiber in the ground became a game changer, and now all of a sudden not being one of those little blinky baby ISPs, I was another carrier. And so folks like AS174 came and rented dark fiber from me because they wanted to do stuff. Sure, they're a competitor, but they still paid an IRU for dark fiber, and it was fine. I didn't get support call up internet being slow. I only got support call when fiber came at the time. So yeah, just folks that put fiber in the ground, you have a wide range of revenue sources, and don't just go put a 12-strand cable in there. Go put a 288 in. It's really cheap in the long term. So yeah, that was more of a comment, and thanks for highlighting and coming down.
Yeah. Are you wanted to ask the question? Could you, so we can see how many that we have? No, I knew you were first. I'm just saying.
I'll say if you want coffee, I will not be offended if you go get it.
Good morning. My name is Sam from Communities. And what we do is we aggregate networks. So when you mentioned you had GIS up on there, you just wanted to quite excited. My comments on getting an overview picture of the network is that we actually deal with almost 7 different formats of information to try and aggregate. So there's no, it's a very difficult process to get a lovely holistic view of networks in this comment.
Yeah, and like I said, a lot of people, they treat Google Earth as the industry standard, but Google Earth doesn't scale when you have very large data sets, and you really have to have something like QGIS that can have an SQL backend to be able to query it.
Hi, Dylan from Smart Technology Center. First of all, thanks for coming up. This is why I'm in the industry, right? To come to talks like these and actually listen to the great stories out there. But I've got a lot of questions actually, but I'll stick to 2 of them. So number one, address spacing for your IP address spacing. You didn't really mention how you're handling that. Obviously, us here as ISPs, we have to apply with that. We need to get our blocks and so on and so forth. Did you have to go through that kind of process in terms of taking into consideration the US essentially ran out of fiber space a long time ago, or that region?
Yeah, so Aaron actually set aside, so I'm in the US, so I'm in the Aaron region. Aaron set aside IP space. Specifically, anyone can get V6, and they have a special policy. If you hold V6 space, you can come and ask for a /24 every 6 months of V4 space. And and so I've so far done that. I'm actually, I have a calendar thing that went off on Monday that said my 6-month period had expired, so I can now go and apply for more IP space. And these are the types of things you treat with like any other, they won't like me saying it, but any other regulatory, compliance thing. You go and you say, yep, I need to go do this. This is something, but they did make provisions in that for it. And the nice thing is that IP space is also contiguous. So they actually reserve an entire block, so when you go there, you can go and do that. So if you operate in multiple, RAR regions, and and you also operate in the Aaron region, it is possible to do that. And I think it's either 4.9 or 4.10. I think it's maybe 4.10, because they had different ones for different classifications. And but you need to deploy V6. And so I've deployed V6. About 1/3 of my customers do DHCP V6 and get a V6 address as well with a prefix delegation. And I see that in the Facebook portal, stuff. I can see how much of it's V6.
Cool. And then the second question I had was, in terms of the way that you support unique problem here where the backhaul is still very expensive to get from either a rural area or from a certain area back to the data center. So, it's not necessarily an option to give everyone a 1 gig or anything like that. So, when it starts coming to speed issues inside of the home, even though it's maybe not related to the actual fiber service itself, but other issues inside of the home, how do you have a team of people that you're working with at the moment? Do you have a company set up? Do you have an office? Do you have a call center? Or, for me, it sounds like you're waiting for something.
My phone has dual SIM. So the business line rings on the second SIM. And so they can call or email, and then I'm looking at Nokia has their XGS-PON system that does stuff, and an integrated Wi-Fi solution that will allow me to peer into the home and do stuff there. And so that's what I'm looking at to replace the Ubiquiti stuff, because I've had a few issues with the Ubiquiti that I haven't been able to move past. Yep.
Thank you very much, Jared.
No, thank you.
As he said, he's here all week. He's happy to talk to anyone. Break for coffee. If we could be back in, say, 20 minutes at 25 to. Thanks.
Hopefully, I will be in the next one in San Francisco, though. And also, I will be in ZANOG in Seattle.
Well, you're coming across the speakers for everyone, so I just thought I would say hi.
That's fine. We didn't say something, too.
Well, you're coming across. Yeah, don't say.
go to the next slide. This presentation is about digital security. We will discuss about where great, so I will be able to do the presentation. I was saying we will talk about the various types of. I will actually mute my speakers because I hear myself and it's very difficult to do the presentation. And after I finish the presentation, I will open my speakers so I can hear any questions. So as I was saying, these are always the difficulties with doing remote presentations. That's why it's much better to do it like in person. As I was saying, we will present various types of BGP security events and why it's difficult to detect them. And we will discuss about some events that we discovered related to root DNS prefixes. And then in the end, we will do a demo of the Code BGP platform. Related to root DNS prefixes. And then in the end, we will do a demo of the Code BGP platform. A little bit about myself, a few information about myself. I'm a co-founder and chief operating officer of Code BGP. I am a network engineer for the last more than 20 years. Since 2016, I joined a research group here in the University of Crete and in the Foundation of Research and Technology in Greece. And we started working on internet measurements and routing security. We published papers in top venues related to these study disciplines. And in 2018, we published a paper, my research group published a paper named Artemis, that is a defensive approach against BGP hijacks that was later also was funded by RIPE NCC and became an open source software that gained a lot of traction. And that's the reason why a few years ago, my co-founders and my
either one of those two is paying you, then you are doing a route leak yourself. So, as I said, it's a big discussion to talk about route leaks. If you want to see different types of route leaks, you can check this RFC 7908 for more details. Now, the challenges, here I have in bullets some of the challenges related to hijack and route leak detection. Some of them, one of them is speed, because the fastest we are able to detect an event, the fastest we'll be able to mitigate it, and possibly we might not even allow it to propagate to the rest of the internet, depending on how fast we are. Another very important challenge is accuracy, like to avoid having false positives and false negatives. Another challenge is evasion. Basically, hijackers have the ability to evade attacks, to evade being detected, basically. That's the correct way to say it. And also, there is a challenge related to privacy and flexibility. What do I mean by that? Networks, if they need to share to third parties their routing policies, their neighbors, their network configuration, basically, they are they do not want to do that. And this is related to the privacy need that each network has to keep stuff in-house, so they are not conducive to share this information with third parties. And all these challenges that we mentioned in the previous slide, we tried to tackle them with the Artemis implementation, with the Artemis paper and the Artemis open source software that we mentioned before. This is the URL for Artemis, for everybody who wants to take a look. And Artemis is a non-premise tool we developed. We support currently a community of users as a contribution to the community. It's a precursor of the CodeBGP platform. It's a collection of loosely coupled microservices that you can download and run on your own servers or on your own Kubernetes cluster. And whereas the CodeBGP platform that we developed is a commercial product, and we did it because we wanted to expand the scope beyond hijacks and beyond just security events, and also to provide more features, more flexibility, and more observability, I would say, to the network operators. But what both of them have in common is that they are self-operated. Basically, each network has their own instance that they run either on-premise, in the case of Artemis, or on the cloud, in the case of the CodeBGP platform. And what we do, the way we avoid false positives and false negatives, is by leveraging the contextual knowledge of the network operator. Meaning the network operator knows what are his autonomous systems, what are his prefixes that he's announcing, what are his neighbors, usually, most of the times they know that, and they can configure the platforms with this configuration so that whenever something else shows up in the internet, it will be detected. The CodeBGP platform this is a graphical representation on high level how it works. On the bottom, we have the data services, we call them, that provide data to the platform. And these are 1,600 monitors, BGP monitors, BGP routers, you can imagine them. Basically, they are BGP routers. Both RIS-Live and the CodeBGP monitor that we will describe in detail in a bit. You can also connect your own routers to the platform via BGP or BMP feeds. And also RPKI is another source of information. And we gather all this data and we build the state of your routing resources. What you are currently announcing, this is, you can imagine it as a big looking glass from 1,600 routers, instead of having one router that is a typical looking glass. And on top of the state, we provide various features, alerting that we will focus more today in the alerting feature. We provide automation, and we also provide dashboards. So speaking about the data services that are in the bottom here, one by one, to explain what these are in more detail. The first one is the Code BGP Monitor, which is a monitoring service that we developed. And it is based on iBGP and route reflection. So all these dots that you see in the map are one or multiple routers in each city that run iBGP and they do route reflection. Why is that? Because we want to know for each update where it came from. So by doing it with iBGP and route reflection, the next hop is not altered. So we gather all these updates, all these routes in our route collectors, and we know for each one where we got it from. And then from the route collectors, we want to propagate all the routes that are relevant to each user related to their autonomous system and prefixes to their own Code BGP platform instance that runs on Google Cloud specifically. So how do we do that? In order to not let BGP do its work and basically hide all the alternative paths and provide only the best path, which is what BGP does normally, we enable the add path capability so that we provide all paths without any, what I mentioned before. Currently, we have 186 full feed peerings, both V4 and V6. We have 93 routers all over the world. We have 20 upstreams, and we are present in 37 countries in 62 cities all over the world. Another data service is RIS Live that provides a JSON WebSocket API that you can tap and get data from 1,448 routers. That's what I counted last October when I did this exercise. Maybe these numbers have changed a bit by then, since then actually. And out of which half of them almost are full feeds, full BGP feeds. And RIS Live is like a community project that we all should support because it gives great BGP visibility in BGP, both for network operators and for researchers. You can see the list of route collectors of RIS in this URL, and also the list of peers. The 1,400 plus peers that I mentioned is in this URL as well. And everybody can use this to do like custom BGP monitoring. Another source, as I mentioned, is your own routers. Your own routers can be connected, as I said, via BGP or even a BMP feed, so that we get the routes that are like outbound from your routers to the rest of the internet. Another source, another data service is RPKI, where we track the state of ROA certificates and validate updates from the 5 routing registries. And the types of alerts that we support are multiple. I would say we have a comprehensive list of alert types that we support. If we want to categorize them, there will be exact subprefix hijacks, route leaks, like these are related to security, typical stuff that we mentioned before. The new neighbor and neighbor leak hijacks are interesting because they are both related to the type 1 hijacks that I mentioned in the previous slides. The difference between them is that a new neighbor may show up that you don't expect them to peer with you. This is the new neighbor alert. But a new neighbor showing up in BGP without propagating your prefixes is not an attack on its own. It's just that it might be the beginning of an attack, but it's not an attack. The actual attack is the neighbor link hijack that is right underneath, where the new neighbor not only shows up as a first hop neighbor of yours, but also propagates your prefixes. This is a distinct difference. We mentioned squatting, what it is. Presence in AS path is another alert where you can be informed if you want to avoid, for example, specific AESs to be present in your AS path, or even AESs from specific countries that might be present in the AS path. You can be alerted with this rule. Invalid AS path pattern is another rule where if you know like your AS paths in 2-3 hops away, you can encode them with regex, and whenever a new AS path shows up, you will be alarmed. Alerts related to prefix visibility and peering visibility. Alerts related to RPKI. Alerts related to bogon prefixes and AESs. And also, we do comparisons between various data sources. So we mentioned, for example, you can connect your own routers or RIS Live or the CodeBGP platform. You can do comparisons of these sources, what they see based on the AESs and the prefixes that you want to monitor. And also, you have the ability to do custom alerts by using a very powerful API that we have that I will present in a bit, which is based on GraphQL. And what is GraphQL? GraphQL is a query language for APIs that was developed by Facebook and open sourced by Facebook. And if I want to highlight two things about GraphQL that are important, is that, first of all, you ask exactly the data that you need. It differs from REST that gives you back everything and you need to filter what you need. You can ask for exactly what you need. That's a distinct difference. And also support subscriptions. That is another very important feature that I highlight in this presentation. And what do we mean by subscriptions? Subscriptions are a GraphQL feature that allows a server to send data to its clients when a specific event happens. So usually when you have like a database storing data and you want to see the changes in the database, in the previous approaches, you need to query the database at every specific interval. For example, every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds. Do you have data? Do you have data? This is not obviously, doesn't scale and it's not very efficient. So the idea of GraphQL is that the client opens up a long-lived connection, a web socket, where by sending a subscription query, and every time a particular event happens, the server pushes the data to the subscriber. So this is much more efficient. And this is where we based our entire, the CodeBGP platform is entirely based on GraphQL subscriptions. So you can create an alert using the UI, but this I will show you with a live demo. And this is how a GraphQL subscription looks like in code. For example, for an exact prefix hijack rule, for prefixes that belong to our own network, the CodeBGP AES 5414. So the way it looks like is it's basically a mutation. A mutation in GraphQL means it's an edit that inserts a subscription, as I mentioned, that does the exact prefix hijack detection. So moving along from the technical stuff, we have like an instance of the CodeBGP platform monitoring the root DNS servers, which are the authoritative name servers that serve the DNS root zone. And here I have listed all the root servers and their IPs, and also the operators for each one of them. And you might wonder, why monitoring the root DNS server prefixes, right? So there are multiple reasons behind why we do it. One reason is that it's critical internet infrastructure and it's worth protecting. Another reason is that these prefixes are heavily any-casted. So any anomalies, like for example, exact prefix hijacks that we mentioned that do not affect the entire internet, will go largely unnoticed due to the limited impact on the data plane. So these prefixes are heavily any-casted, and I was thinking that probably nobody will ever figure out that there might be hijacks for these prefixes. So we provide access for free to a CodeBGP platform instance that monitors the root DNS prefixes, also as a proof of concept of how the platform works. And this slide describes how to get access to the root DNS monitoring instance. I will show you though, like basically you go to this URL, you type public demo, and you sign up and you get access directly to the instance. And in the next few slides, I want to show you some hijacks that we detected since we started monitoring at the end of January 2023, like a couple of months ago. So this AES, this Malaysian AES, announced this prefix, which belongs to the Internet Systems Consortium, and serves as the V6 prefix for the froot domain server. And if you notice, this is the prefix, and this is the origin AES, the network who did this exact prefix hijack. It might not be a malicious like event, it might be a misconfiguration. We do not judge intentions. We just present what we see in BGP. But if you see under each resource, and this cuts through our UI that I will show you in a bit, we gather the sources of information where we got it from. So this update was seen by this specific RIS peer that resides in Singapore and is connected to route collector 0 of RIS Live. And it's interesting because this specific prefix is covered by an RPKI ROA, and also this neighbor AES 32001, I checked and apparently it looks like it's applying root origin validation. That's why this specific announcement did not propagate any further, which is interesting. Like one use case where you see why RPKI is useful. And this is another use case where you see why RPKI is useful. In February 25, this AES, which was also involved in events that BGP-related, security-related events that took place in 2021 and 2020, hijacked two prefixes, one belonging to root DNS prefixes, one belonging to NASA, and it was the prefix for the e-root, and at the same time, also again, the prefix of froot of the Internet Systems Consortium was hijacked as well. These two events happened at the same time with the same origin. And here you see all the routes that are related to these, to both events. And for the e-root, which is not covered by RPKI ROA, the event lasted 2 days. And if you see, the event propagated quite a bit. It was seen by a few different route collectors, both for RIS and by the CodeBGP monitor. Whereas in the case of froot, again, because it is covered by a ROA, the blast radius of this event was much smaller. And again, you see, as I said, the value of RPKI and why we should all try to implement it. Now, I will switch gears and I will show you how the platform works. Let's go to the URL. Here, for each organization, they need to type their organization ID. I will go to the public demo first. I just need to type correctly also. This is a public demo instance that I mentioned that everybody can sign up and take a look. This is the overview page of the platform where you see routing, like aggregate numbers, and I will zoom a little bit, aggregate numbers for the routing resources that this specific instance is monitoring. By routing resources, we mean autonomous systems and prefixes and other related information such as peerings, routes, and ROAS. Here are the rules that are set up for this specific instance to detect events. And on the right side, there are the 4 sources of the 4 data services that I mentioned before: RIS Live, RPKI, your own routers. This instance has no routers connected. And this is the code BGP monitor that I mentioned. So how do you set up for the platform to monitor stuff? You go here to the setup, and the first thing you do is you add an autonomous system. If you see, here I have added the autonomous systems that belong to the root DNS servers and also my own autonomous systems. These 2 belong to code BGP. And how do you do it? I will now add one AS just for demo purposes. This AS belongs to the Foundation of Research and Technology in Greece. When you add an AES here, what the system does, it intercepts all the BGP updates from all the sources that we mentioned before and stores these routes and these prefixes in the database. But other than just doing that, I will remove this because this is a public facing instance and I don't want it to show other stuff. When you add an AES, as I said, we store the updates that contain this AES as origin. But we also need to monitor the prefixes themselves, because if we don't do that, let me add the AES just for demo, as I said, and I will remove it again. So this is the AES that we added. We also need to monitor the prefixes themselves. Why? So that we intercept all the BGP updates that contain this prefix, regardless of who's originating these prefixes. So that we are able to detect events of interest, hijacks and other malicious activity, or even like for visibility purposes. You need to monitor the prefixes themselves. And how do you do that? Kevin previously added an AES. You can either type the prefixes manually in a CIDR format, or you can select the AES that you added before, and the system will bring you all the prefixes that it has seen from all the sources. Let me show you my own AES to give you an example how it works. These are the prefixes that my own AES is announcing. So now, if you select, you can add them automatically. And now when you add them, you monitor the prefixes and the subprefixes of these prefixes, regardless of who's originating them. So it's very easy to configure the platform to monitor stuff. Here we have the data services, where you can do various configurations, but I don't think we will run out of time if we want to provide every information about the platform, so I will move on a bit faster. As I said, what we do is we capture the state of your routing resources, what you are currently announcing. And here in the prefixes, you see that this prefix belongs to the University of Maryland, which is one of the root DNS operators, and it has been currently seen by this number of sources. And here, this percentage is basically a ratio between how many prefixes, how many sources, how many data sources have seen this prefix, divided by the number of the total number of sources that could have potentially seen this prefix, given the fact that this is a V4 prefix. We do this division and we give this percentage, which is not a scientific number, but gives a notion of visibility, how visible a prefix is. And here, we have the routes that, as you see, that are automatically refreshed due to the GraphQL subscription, because the whole UI runs with GraphQL subscriptions as well. And yeah, this is, you can go and take a look at the public demo for free, as I said. And I will switch gears again, and I will go to another instance of the platform. I will go to the demo instance, where I can do a demo of creating a rule. That's the plan, at least. Okay, I will need to switch my browser because it has been cached. Let me open another browser, and I see that I also stopped sharing. I need to start sharing again. Okay, I share my screen. Can you see me? Can you see my screen? I hope yes. I believe yes. Okay, now we'll go to the demo instance of the platform. This is an instance that we use for demo purposes, basically, just to do demos and stuff. It's the same idea here, aggregate numbers for the routing resources. Let's go and see what we have set up. These are the two autonomous systems that belong to CodeBGP. And do I have prefix filter set up? I will remove this prefix and add all the prefixes for both my AESs, so that we monitor them as well. Okay, now we monitor prefixes and subprefixes regardless of who's originating them, as I said. And I'm gonna create a rule. I talked like in detail about the rules. We support all these rules that I mentioned before. I will create now a rule related to an exact prefix hijack. And then I will do an announcement to see how the platform detects this hijack. I will call this my own AS exact prefix hijack. You can give like a custom name, whatever works for you. And the next step is to select an autonomous system. So as soon as you select an autonomous system, the platform checks the state of your routing resources and suggests the prefixes that it sees as prefixes that belong to you. So I will basically add my email here. As the email recipient. We support various types of notification channels, basically everything that Prometheus Alert Manager supports, which is more or less everything like Ops Genie, PagerDuty, like Telegram, Slack, email, you name it. So the next step is to preview the alert, make sure that you are happy with the configuration, and you click on Add Alert Rule. As soon as you click the Add Alert Rule, you can see the alert here, the rule, and you can see the configuration when it was created and where you will get the notifications to. So what I'm gonna do now, I will go to the state and I will make sure that this prefix is not visible right now. I will go to the prefixes table, no, not visible. I will go to routes. It's not visible. I will split my screen and I will switch on one router. I don't want you to see all the routers that I have in everywhere in the world, so I will share this screen in a bit. So we will go to this router. that resides in Sydney in particular. So this router resides in Sydney, as I said. And hopefully I will zoom in so that you can see my screen as best as possible. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna tinker with the configuration of this router. This is a bed router. And I will delete this comment here. By doing that, I will create a static announcement that is related to this 5 prefix that is the same as the one that I have here. And by doing that, I will basically announce to BGP this specific prefix.
Hi, Lefteris.
So I have done the configuration,
Lefteris.
and now I need to push it. I need to commit it, basically. The command for this is birdsig configure. So take a look. As soon as I click on enter, how fast the platform is in detecting the event. The platform resides in the other side of the world, in the east coast of the US, and this router resides in Australia, in Sydney. And you already see the routers, the routes jumping, the number of routes that are related to this specific prefix. And also, you can see the number of sources jumping as well that have seen this prefix. And the number will reach almost 460, 470 sources within a minute. And at the same time, we have also received an alert by email that is related to this event, that it says that this is the alert that you have created, and this autonomous system is hijacking your prefix right now. Yeah, this was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lefteris.
I will also unmute my sound because no.
Okay, we've got time for one question if anyone has a quick question. Oh.
Hi there, Ed De Lange from, well, the internet. I saw in your one slide where you just had all your collectors, and Africa seemed to be a bit of a hole on your map. Is there plans to fix that?
Absolutely. I would love to have more presence in Africa. It's a challenge for us to find like providers that will give us. I hear my sound. That's why I switch off my sound. It's a challenge to find providers in Africa, but yeah, since I'm doing a presentation in ZANOG, from now on I will have like more people knowing what we do in Africa, and more people will reach to us so that we get full feeds from Africa as well. I would really love to do that.
Great. Thank you very much again, Lefteris. Okay. And next up, we have Amrish, who's going to talk about his latest RPKI research. Over to you.
Sound test. So this is for Zoom. Yeah. So it's a shared screen. Oh, it's a extended screen, so you can use the PowerPoint then. Oh no, it's there. Cool. Hello? Good. I think Lefteris made my life easy because he introduced a lot of OPI concepts. So my name is Amrish, I work for the Internet. OPI timing. So as you know, time is important as anything else in life. As Lefteris was mentioning, if ever you see that your BGP announcement is being hijacked, you will want perhaps to create an OPI object and try to protect your routing, but you would want to know how much time it takes on the internet for it to have an impact eventually on traffic. And so this is what exactly we measured. So this work has been done in collaboration with a few other people, and you might recognize some names here. So the whole system. Lefteris also pointed out that how brittle BGP is. So when BGP was designed, it was designed with any security inbuilt, any validation mechanism inbuilt. So it was mostly based on trust. So it still is. Obviously, with time, we have improved the system a little bit. We have added, layers of security on top of BGP. So, for example, you have the Internet Routing Registry, where operators can go there and document their routing policies, and this information can be used to build filters. But we have seen that over the years, Internet Routing Registries got polluted with, outdated information. Some routing registries can allow anyone to come and add objects there. So not only it pollutes the database, but it can also contain a lot of wrong information which can be used for bad purposes. So we decided to come up with a new system which is based on a crypto system. And this is what we call OPKI because it is based on a public key infrastructure. So when you have public key and private keys, you can use the private key to sign object, and this is the whole basis of the new system called OPKI. So it does provide verifiable sources of information, and it is at least in my opinion, the best way that we can go forward to secure BGP. So BGP has two components, as mentioned earlier. It has the origin part, where we need to protect origin of an announcement, but we also need to protect the path. So right now, what we can do is only origin validation. So we create objects through the OPKI system called route origin authorization objects, called ROA objects, in which there is an authorized AS and which is allowed to announce that prefix, right? So it is up to the prefix holder, the owner of the prefix, to go and create those ROAs in their RIR's OPKI system. Then on the other side, when routers will receive those announcements, they will use that information in the ROAs to go check, oh, the announcement I'm receiving, is it a legit one? Is the AS that is in the announcement allowed to advertise a prefix? If yes, I will let it in. If not, I will drop it. So this is what we call the route origin validation ROV process. There are 3 states in that process. Either it is valid, so there is that information in OPKI, or it is invalid, so there is a conflicting information, or it is not found because that information is not in OPKI at all. So to give you a little bit of a global picture of how this measurement study was done, we network engineers, we like talking about planes. We all know the control plane, which is about BGP, IS, OSPF, all all those routing protocols are on that layer, exchanging routing information. And then we have the data plane where there is actual packet forwarding. But we also have the management plane where we can control some of the or configure some of the systems that we are going to work with. So think about SNMP, and RPK is actually on the management plane. And for us here in Africa, Afrinic is the one providing the RPKI service. So to have access to RPKI, you need to access the Afrinic portal. And from there, once you have your RPKI engine activated, then you can start creating the ROA. So this is what we call the hosted mode of operation of RPKI. It is also possible, if you're really interested to host your own RPKI system, which means you will work in a delegated mode. That's possible. Not possible at the moment with Afrinic because they are not offering the delegated service, but other RIOs are doing that. You can install a software, an RPKI CA software. One of the famous ones is Krill, and from there you can manage your own RPKI environment. But right now everything is done on the RIO portal, which is Afrinic. So in this study, we are going to look at everything RPKI related and BGP related. So we are going to look at what point we are going to time at what point a ROA was created on the management plane. We are going to look at the impact on the control plane and also on the impact on the BGP, on the data plane. So this is just another illustration of the three planes. So this one is the control plane. So here you can see ASers on the internet sharing routing information using BGP to other networks. Some networks are doing ROV, like the one in green, or some networks are not doing ROV. So they would take the full BGP feed without filtering them. The others would do filtering. And so on and so forth. So this is how routing information propagates on the internet. And you also have route collectors. Lefteris mentioned about route collectors, which are extremely important for us researchers. So we use data from these collectors to see, at what point we are receiving those information that was that we announced. So our main concern here is time. How long does it take when you create a ROA up and until it touches BGP and the data plane, so basically your traffic. So first of all, the first and foremost timestamp is when someone creates a ROA. So you log into your RIO portal, you would create a ROA. So we have a timestamp called the user query timestamp. Next, so in our case, Afrinic will create your ROA. So based on the information that you provided, it will create your ROA. So the signing process, because it is quite a heavy process, it's a crypto process, it takes a few seconds to happen. So there is a signing process, and we have a timestamp on at what point in time Afrinic created that ROA. Then once it's created, it is actually published. It is published in a public repository. Each RIO have their own repository, and it is a public place where what we call relying parties. Relying parties are special software that will come and download those objects for validation. So that's the next step actually. So what I've shown you on top here is the RIO section. So from the user query to ROA publication, it is the RIO managing the time scheduling and the orchestration up there. But down below, as soon as we hit validation, it is the ISP. So an ISP, you would want to filter incoming BGP announcement, right? So to do that, I would install what we call a relying party software. The relying party software would connect to the Afrinic publication point, download the objects, validate them, and then produce a list of what we call VRPs that will be fed onto routers for them to make the decision whether, should I accept this announcement? Should I drop that announcement?
So there is a timestamp at the validation point. Then the next timestamp that we took is, so let's suppose an incoming announcement was let in. At what point in time we see those changes on BGP? So since we do not control we do not control on, for example, on the internet, who is actually providing this information. We rely on publicly available information, that is the route collectors that provide those information. And we see our announcement there, and this is where we do the collection of the data. And finally, we also run traceroute, because if our network is reachable thanks to RPKI, we can run traceroute, let's say, to our router that is advertising our prefix. So this is, we also collect data for traceroute. So basically, the minimum RTT, the round trip time. So the experiment itself, let me go into that one. So to do such an experiment, you need prefixes, right? And you need an AS on the internet. So we had an AS on the internet, and we managed to get prefixes from all the 5 RIOs, because our aim was to do a global study, not necessarily focus on one region. So the RIOs have special policies for those who want to do research. So anyone can go and ask for experimental resources. They would give you that on a temporary basis. So we got /24s and /48s, and the prefixes were announced from our AS, and they were announced to our upstream providers. Our upstream providers were doing ROV, but we also announced it to other peers that were not doing ROV, so that we know we can actually see the difference. And the measurements were actually taken over a year, so we have quite a good amount of data. So one thing that we had to do to be able to see the differences, so when we create a ROA, so we had to create what we call ROA beacons. So what is a ROA beacon? So first of all, for the prefixes that we receive, we had 2 sets of prefixes. We call, one is a control prefix, and the other one is a test prefix. The control prefix would always have a validating ROA. So it means that on the internet, those prefixes will be reachable all the time, right? And then we have a test prefix. The test prefix, we will change the RPKI status of the prefix. We will make it a valid, the announcement will be valid, and sometimes the announcement will be invalid. So by changing the RPKI status of our routing announcement, we can see at what point it appears, at what point it disappears on the internet. And we were basically announcing a ROA every 12 hours. So here is our beacon. So we have a prefix which we announce. So we create what we call an invalidating ROA. So we put a fake AS for our prefix, which means that it is invalid. But then, if we create a validating ROA, so we create a prefix, we create a ROA with our prefix, but with a good AS, so the AS from which we are announcing our prefix, it will automatically become valid. So the valid ROA takes precedence over the invalid ROA. Okay, so this is how we were flipping the status of the announcement. So in that particular study, we didn't really, so I was mentioning that the validation action also takes a bit of time, but in our case, we didn't really look into the validation time itself, because that's a separate study that eventually we will also do. What we really wanted to do to see the impact on BGP. So our question was very simple. If a network is hijacked, in how much time would a person be able to see the changes if a ROA is created? If a ROA is created to protect those announcements? So as I mentioned, we collected data from the right risk collectors. And then we used 2 collectors for that, RC00 and RC01, and that was good enough for us to see meaningful information. Yeah, so some results now. So let's look at creation time. So as mentioned, we looked at all the RIRs, and we look at what point, when we create a ROA, at what point we see them happening on the different places that we are actually taking time. So for Afrinic, when we create a ROA, it is immediately signed. It is published in about 3 minutes time. So in brackets it's IPv6, so we did both IPv4 and IPv6. The relying party would take it around maybe 15 minutes, finish the validation, and for BGP, basically, we would see the impact on BGP around 15-16 minutes. Epinic is a little bit more because they do ROAs by batches. So when you create a ROA in the Epinic portal, they do not create it immediately. They batch it. They batch all the requests together, and every 20 minutes they would create all the ROAs all together. So which means that there is an offset of about 10 minutes for Epinic, and this is why for them it is a bit longer. So basically around 26 minutes for it to appear on BGP. We found RIPE is also quite fast, almost as fast as Afrinic. But we found 2 major issues with ARIN and LACNIC, so which we reported to them, and they eventually fixed. Their publication time was extremely high, more than an hour or almost an hour, which had a very high impact on BGP. So for ARIN and for LACNIC, if you had to create a ROA there, it would have taken that long, 95 minutes or 51 minutes. And why was this happening is that we saw that they were signing their ROAs in GMT, but only publishing the ROAs in local time. So, and of course, OPKI, if the OPKI has a not before time, so not before is the time at which the ROA is valid. So if the ROA is set to be valid in the future, it will not appear in OPKI because it is not a valid ROA. It will only be valid if the not before time is as now. So we looked at the creation of a ROA. So we also look at the deletion of a ROA. So in some cases you would want to delete a ROA to fix your BGP. So here Afrinic is very fast, around 34 minutes, 38 minutes for it to have an impact on BGP. Epinic has this 10 minutes delay, which increases a little bit, but the others were around 45 to 48 minutes. So we saw that in general, the revoke delay is a little bit higher than the creation delay. So here, 15 to 26 minutes, there more than 35 minutes. So why is the revocation of a delay higher than the creation of the delay? And our hypothesis was that so you know when you set up when your router connects to a cache, OPKI cache, you can actually tell them to have multiple caches. So if you have multiple caches, what happens is that when you delete a ROA, if one of those caches still has a validating ROA, your information wouldn't be updated. So you need to wait up and until all those caches that is configured on your router synchronize before you see the change. That is why you have this delay on the withdrawal side of things. These are just graphs to show that okay, in our case our provider were NTT. So we saw that ARIN, it is just showing that ARIN here was a bit slower than everyone, and here we could detect the ARIN bug was very apparent here on our graphs. We looked also at how much time the tier 1 providers were actually also updating their announcements based on what they were receiving from us. And so this is also data coming from RIPRIS, and we see, for example, this is I think it is Liberty Global, and it was around 30 minutes that they took. So what it is showing here, it is that 80%, in 80% of time, it was around 30 minutes that Liberty Global was taking to show the difference, to show the update. We also saw that at some point there was a higher delay, and this was due to a bug in the Routinator software, which is one of the most used RPKI relying party software. There was a bug that got fixed, and eventually the time was a little bit better. Oh yeah, and finally we also took data. We also took the timestamp from traceroute. So now the data plane information. So how did that work? So our routers were announcing prefixes. So we could actually run traceroute from RIPE Atlas probes. So RIPE Atlas probes, as you know, are small devices that you can connect in any network around the world, and you could use them to run internet measurements. I don't know if this brought any. Yeah? Okay. So if anyone would want to host a RIPE Atlas probes, Fergus has some in his bag. So we use those probes to run traceroute, and so the traceroute, the targets were our routers, and what we saw is that so when the green lines, I don't know if you see that clearly, the green line is when there was a ROA, and the red lines is when there were no ROA. So when there is a ROA, there were a lot of traceroute that you could do because the routing announcement was valid and everything. But when the ROA was removed, so our routing announcement was invalidated. So you could see, you would see, of course, no traceroute going to our endpoints. But in this case, because providers, they usually have, like networks, they usually have different providers. So, and each of the providers, they have different policies for RPKI. Some of them would refresh their RPKI maybe every hour. The other one would refresh their RPKI every 30 minutes. So the disparity of the policies of the different providers could actually be seen here, because there was some sort of path hunting happening. So if the traffic couldn't go through one network, it would go through the other network of the provider. So we could actually see that in our graph. So to conclude, there are two sections of delays, mostly the RIR delay, which we saw for Afrinic is very good. It's almost zero. When you create a ROA, it gets published there almost immediately. But where the bottleneck is in the ISP delay. And this is what we need to start thinking about how to improve those delays. So we could look at, so we saw that the relying party is a big bottleneck, and so we could look at how perhaps to increase the frequency of validation. Increase the frequency of validation, and yeah, there are some relying parties. They're not the most used one, but there are some relying parties which are not multi-threaded, so it takes them much more time to do the validation. So the problems, so basically BGP propagates in minutes. So if you want to create a BGP, if you create a BGP announcement, usually within a minute everything converges. So you would see the impact of BGP within a minute. But RPKI, it's in the order of, as we have seen, hours. So this might impact the time you need to repair a bad ROA, or the time you need, for example, to authorize a DDoS mitigator. This is obviously a study that we published when we share the slide, you will find a link that if you're interested in that, you can have a deeper read on that, and it contains much more information that I presented today. And that's it. Thank you very much. If you have questions.
Do we have any questions? Hi, not directly related to... John Brown, Team Company. What do you see, do you have any info from your study where you can show or see what the uptick or uptake of target KI is across the internet?
Last time I checked, around 40% of all prefixes that are routed are covered by Aurora, right? So this is just the Aurora part, but the percentage of ASs doing validation, I might not have it in my mind, but I need to check. Epinic provided statistics. They have their Google Ads platform where they go and check who is doing ROV. And I don't have that information offhand, but at least for the prefixes, it's 40%, around 40%.
Jared March for this, wearing my Akamai hat. Akamai has recently started doing ROV at the IXs, and so you should see that as a result that we will, not be following invalids as a result there. That may not be publicly observable though, because not a lot of people sit behind our network in a way that's observable, but that is something that is an ongoing effort. It takes a long time to actually get that on 3,000 plus routers and have that actually, work the way you expect it. But that's something that we're gradually rolling out here through, the end of Q1 or early Q2.
Thanks. OPKI ROV at IXs is quite an interesting thing, and we rely on our route collectors, which are hosted at IXs to understand who is actually, whether or not they are dropping the announcement. But one thing we noticed is that a lot of sessions at IXPs are also direct sessions. So I don't know if Akamai do direct sessions with their peer. And in these cases, it is difficult for us to actually understand whether they are actually enforcing ROV on those direct sessions. But yeah.
I mean, I can specifically answer on Akamai is that yes, we are doing that on those direct BGP sessions that are over the IX, and then we're going to be rolling that out to all of our private peers and others throughout the, like I said, basically the Q1's done, so here in the beginning of Q2.
Excellent.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
I'll take this moment to plug the training on Friday. We've got RPKI training happening and OPSEC security training happening. Ricardo, who's our next speaker, will be doing all the OPSEC training. So if you like what you hear just now, you might want to book for Friday. Anyway, over to Ricardo, who's going to give us a story of a sea surf incident that had a twist of the tail. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Awesome. So let's start this not network presentation. This will be a deep dive into incident response done on a telecom provider. So this is the only link to the conference regarding networking. Just a quick thank you to Security HQ. That was the MSSP for which I was working during this incident. That I agreed also for me to share this case. I anonymized whatever confidential information was there, of course, but the facts are real. IP and people were kind of changed, but everything else is real. Security-HQ is a global MSP provider with a presence in each continent, even here in Johannesburg. Let's deep dive now into this adventure. Where we are, Middle East, Ramadan 2014, just to give you an idea of location and time. During Ramadan, working hours are reduced. We work from 9 to 3 p.m. And later you will see why this is relevant. We were doing the debrief of an investigation that we just completed, Operation Call for Free. It was a high revenue fraud where this telecom provider was impacted by having more than 18,000 prepaid SIM card part of the fraud. We identified one reseller partner that was accomplished into the entire fraud. The loss was quite huge, 1.3 million in just 1 month, and this is why the incident response team, that is usually cyber related, was called to support the fraud department in this type of investigation. We work day and night for 25 days to try to understand how the fraudsters were able to keep having new numbers to use for their high revenue fraud. High revenue fraud, for whoever is not used to the term, is simply a very lucrative fraud for which you have a postpaid, you manage to get control of a postpaid SIM card, and then you call high revenue phone number, like the one that has $5 per minute or even more. So the fraudster is not paying for the bill because it's a normal customer that is abused, but they get money from owning that and high revenue number. Okay. So in this case, unfortunately, the end user, of course, was not paid for the bill, so the entire loss was on the telecom provider that was issuing the postpaid phone numbers. So we identified one main mastermind of this entire fraud, and we knew that there were at least 13 more people working with him day and night to kind of steal these numbers and execute the calls to the high revenue phone numbers. Most likely this was linked to a bigger criminal organization focused on this type of telecom fraud. For some audit, after some audit investigation, we found out more information about this, the mastermind behind it, and we also discovered that he was owning one of the branch office of the telecom provider for which we were working. So he was an insider having full availability of the telecom provider software, and he was able to run the fraud. So apart from that, we identified 3 employees that were cooperating with the mastermind. And here, for example, you see a screenshot of the WhatsApp chat between the mastermind and the insiders, where the boss was telling him, you know, I want this phone number to be converted from prepaid to postpaid contract so that I can run the fraud. So, and you see that, for example, the employee was saying, you know, boss, today the shop was too busy, so I wasn't able to convert so many numbers as you asked. So, operation completed. We gave all the information to law enforcement, and apart from that, as usual, we didn't heard from them anymore. And that's it. No, just kidding. That was just the beginning of a very, very complex investigation. So, let's introduce the concept of death cloning. So, death clone, you are used to hearing on various movies where you see, oh, there is a new missile launch, so death clone has been increased to increase the readiness of all the security department to face that threat. So we used to have the same concept inside a SOC, incident response team, to have an idea of what is the security posture of the company in that specific moment. So in this case, before we were on DEFCON 3, that means that the entire SOC was working on this severe case, this investigation. They were night shift. There were a lot of logistics that was coming from that DEFCON 3. Moving it to DEFCON 4, because we completed the investigation, kind of relaxed all the logistics behind it. So we are celebrating a nice cup of coffee, but there is a person that was part of the incident response team, and we call him Oliver, that tried to log in to his workstation. And what happens? He gets authentication failed. Now, what he does, he calls IT support, of course, what happened to my account? And the IT support say, you know, your AD password has been reset at 4:14, and I can see that you are currently logged into the system. So, on the top left, you have the means. Now we were 1707, and we know that less than 1 hour before, his account was reset. His credentials were reset. So you can imagine the big emotional impact of that, because he was with us in the meeting, so he didn't do any of this. So of course you need to assume the worst as usual, so we need to assume that his account was fully compromised. As a first containment action, we disable Oliver's account. We ask IT to cut all the live connection related to that account. Of course, let's go back to DEFCON 3 now, because, well, this is even, let's say, more worrying than the previous fraud. The war room was established in 3 minutes, not because we were super cool, just because the people were still there from the previous war room. So, very effective. And we start asking the SOC to pull data regarding the entire situation. Everything starts with a SOC escalation, where we mention what points from where to start analyzing. So we know that we found a AD account, Oliver. Server. So IT confirmed that they didn't reset the account, so we assume that the account was fully compromised by a threat actor that we don't know who is now. So little details that regarding Oliver that at that time were kind of valuable. So he was a fresh IT graduate with a master in forensics, smart, introvert, technically a good resource to have to kind of grow him up on the team. Didn't have any behavior, neither bad performance. Social activity was normal. With some kind of strange connection, because he was young, so he had some strange connection, but nothing to be extremely worrying. Low income. So we initiated a some standard protocol in this kind of situation. And one of these is that the moment that we have the feeling that one of the computers, resources, network, accounts related to the incident response team are compromised, we need to assume all the other equipment used by the incident response team to be also compromised, including corporate communication. So we shut down all our systems, we disable all the incident response team accounts, and in around 15 minutes we were able to be up and running again with some spare laptop that we had there in case of emergency. Of course, they were not updated, they were not really fully functional, but it was enough for us to react to the incident. Communication system, email addresses and email, corporate emails are unfortunately the most common communication method, but we couldn't rely on that. So the best that we had was WhatsApp. So at that time, that was the only out-of-band communication that we could use to communicate between us and the major stakeholder in the war room. We asked Oliver to leave the war room, to wait on the chill-out area, because emotionally he panicked, so he wasn't able to do anything useful, so better to stay away. And we didn't know what was going on at that time, so we didn't know if Oliver was part of the attack, maybe he sold his credential to someone else, or if he was just opportunistic victim of the attack. We didn't know, so just in case, we asked him to leave the operation. So what do we know for now? While doing the triage of the incident, one account was compromised. Time of the incident was 4:14 p.m. We have the username, we have the server. We don't know the attacker profile. Neither we don't know what the attacker wants to do, what is his final target. And we don't know if everything like that is targeted or just an opportunistic situation. So triage is ongoing, containment was done, we blocked the account, investigation plan is still pending some triage results, incident tracking started, and for incident tracking I mean somebody that takes notes of everything that happens in the war room, so that at the end it's very easy to write a report of everything that happened. So, crisis team, very important part. It was late afternoon. Their task is to order pizza and other logistic activities for the evening and eventually the night. So what we found out is that the attack was coming from, the Oliver's account was reset by this IP. Of course, it's a fake one. Just the last part is the real one and is the one important. It was coming from a small internet hosting provider in Europe. And it was really very small, 9 employees, a relatively good bandwidth to be like 10 years back. And again, through some open source intelligence, we found out that this hosting provider was very small, very few customers, till 1 year back, he got new partners from Russia, and from there, they got a bunch of new employees, and we saw a much more activity from that provider. So that was just an information that we kept for us to correlate in case for the future. And so the server was from where the account was reset. He was a self-service Active Directory server. That means that he was hosting a service for each employee to connect and being able to reset their Active Directory account and do other activity on their account. So it was hosted in a data center that was 1 hour far from the war room. So, and we found out that the server was publicly reachable, so it was having a public IP, and there were no country rules on the firewall to block employees from and any other people to come and reach the server. While usually, since this is for employees, there should have been a country rule that say only people coming from this country are allowed to access the server. And of course, there was no network diagram of how that was connected, so we had to investigate ourselves how was it done. Containment plan, disable the account, cancel all pending session, and this was still ongoing, pending from IT. We also disabled the master account manager that was behind the self-service portal, and we isolated the server. So from investigation plan point of view, we started collecting logs, analyzing logs, and we wanted to do a forensic investigation of that server to understand what was inside. Of course, we didn't have remote forensic capability, so we just sent somebody to the data center to do a forensic image of the server. And Oliver was sent home, and his laptop was forensically acquired, just in case for the future. So what are the open questions in that specific moment? Was Oliver Tapio targeted, or was his account brute forced or hacked, or he gave his credential to the attacker? We don't know yet. Now, forensic investigation, we started on the laptop. On the server, we sent our forensic expert to go and make a copy of the server. But in the meantime, from incident response point of view, we started what we call IP expansion. That means that we know that the attacker was coming from that IP, ending with 125. So what we do is looking for services in that same /24 subnet. So what we found is that on 185, we found this web page where it says, there is something here, but it's not for you. Please take time to reflect on things. We didn't take it very well. Let's say it's not usually a normal legitimate service that left this kind of message, but let's keep going. At 169, we found a deluge server, and the same 169 was heavily well known by hosting botnet, malware. It was really big malicious IP. 136, we found a torrent server. We don't know exactly what was the oh, sorry. 178, we found somebody that was building a service to kind of download copyrighted material. From investigation of the Bitcoin, we found out that he didn't get any money from it. So either it was not launched, it was still under preparation, or it was not very successful. But what was really important for us is that on 123, and of course you can say this is not really a good strong evidence. This IP can be owned by anybody, but attacker was coming from 125, and on 123 we found out somebody that was selling databases of customer of Vodafone. So we are working for a telecom provider, competitor of Vodafone if you want, finding that the same attacker was attacking us and attacked previously Vodafone and is selling their database is not the best of the information that you want to collect during an incident response. So what we have here, we have CSIRT member account that has been compromised. We have a big telecom fraud that we just completed, and we have now a Vodafone hack that might be linked to the actual attack to our CSIRT team. Everything can be linked together or not linked together. At the moment, we just put it there as a possible scenario. But of course, that's time to raise DEFCON level 2.2, because that is a big signal, because that attacker is no more opportunistic, but seems somebody that is targeting telecom companies. So the level of alert needs to be raised further. Of course, we blocked the entire subnet of that hosting provider, that however was mostly malicious. And we engaged their national CERT to have this machine disconnected from the network, or however, for them to engage in some way. In the meantime, I call my forensic expert, that I call him Marco. I said, did you start the acquisition of the server? And his answer, yeah, no, I'm not able to enter the data center. So I told him, you forgot again your badge, didn't you? Because he was used to forget his badge. So, but no, that was not the situation. The week before, they found vipers inside the data center. So the healthcare, the national healthcare kind of shut down the entire data center. So it was only possible to remotely access the data center. Nobody was able to enter. So as you can see, all these little inconvenience, there is nothing that can prepare you for this. Incident response, most of the time, is you need to react in the best way possible to what happens to you. However, we started a cumbersome remote acquisition of a 500 gigabyte server that was planned to take days. And we start dumping logs for analysis. So in the meantime, one of the things that we were very lucky to have done is we created some bait profile on multiple social media, faking our incident response team, one member of our incident response team. So once we check the bait profile, we found out that this John Doe from Luxembourg kind of visited our bait profile. So it was very suspicious. Of course, it's a totally fake profile, zero connection. John Doe is the most abused name online. So we started checking the others' real accounts of the other members. And we found out that there were other John Doe that accessed different accounts. And so all of them are all different John Doe accounts, all from Luxembourg. Now, what is here very important to note is that a normal attacker would have created one LinkedIn account and then access all the CSIRT members and security member of the company. Here they did something much more complex and elaborated. They created one fake account and visited one account with that one. So there was a one-to-one connection with no way to link them, okay? So that is a level of organization much higher than a normal one. So we also can assume that this was a well-planned attack against specifically the sister team. Now let's go into try to understand how the attacker, how the password was reset. So we got the logs of the Active Directory self-service portal, and what we see is that there is a huge number of attempts to authenticate to some members. You see in violet is my account, and then at the bottom there is Oliver's account. So, and you see that the behavior is different. When he found my account, the reaction was one message. The moment that they attempted Oliver's account, the reaction in the logs was completely different. So that for us is an indicator that they were able to exploit in some way Oliver's account. We did further analysis, and what we found out is that Oliver kind of, the moment that you join a company, you are invited to access the Active Directory self-service portal and fill your details. So Oliver started that process of filling the details, but he didn't finish. He just closed the browser because he did something else in the meanwhile. So his account was started, never finished, and was in such a status that the attacker was able to find an exploit for that specific account. We reported, 10 minutes, excellent. We reported the logs, the attack to the developer of the Active Directory self-service portal, and they said, no, this is not a vulnerability. So they didn't acknowledge the vulnerability at all. So till today, honestly, I'm not sure if it's still valid. From the company, we changed completely the Active Directory self-service product because, well, that's not how a company should behave. However, so what was the damage? So the attacker managed to change the credential, configure a Outlook client, and dump the emails of Oliver. Fortunately, most of the critical emails were encrypted. So he just got some generic emails that were not of much use. But what he got is also a dump of Active Directory employees list, all the users of the company. That was more critical. Did the attacker started the attack after working hours on purpose, considering the Ramadan period? So it was unusual that we were still in office at that time. We were there only because we were celebrating the previous completed investigation. So it might be that they waited till afternoon late to start the attack. Was this attack connected to the previous fraud? And was the attacker the same one behind the Vodafone breach? And the subnet, the /24 from where the attacker was coming, we don't know if it was fully owned by the same owner or multiple malicious threat actor. And what was his final target? This question we don't know. We were not able to give an answer to that. Lesson learned, CSR team as well as security teams are always a target for threat actors because security teams are the ones that usually own very good knowledge of the network. They have high privilege, And once you breach somebody in the security, you have access to communication of incident response, as an example. So you have visibility of what's going on. You need to pay attention to details as small anomalies and start thinking out of the box to correlate them. And then, ideally, build a risk assessment framework to regularly test internals control. And this is a very wide statement, I understand. But that's it. I open for question, and that was CSERT under attack.
Thank you, Ricardo. Any questions from anyone? No? No. Thank you again, Ricardo.
Yeah, most welcome.
No.
Here we are.
Yep, sorry, Jared Mach Akamai. Did you ever identify who is behind, the attack on the employees? Because it sounded like you were able to figure out from the toll fraud. The international toll fraud is a big thing, but but you weren't able to identify who was behind the attack on the staff. Yeah,
so the other fraud was a national fraud. Yeah. I had access to many databases, many internal information. Regarding this attack was coming from outside. The national CERT that we engaged never revert back. So we had no element to continue in any way. We were lucky and satisfied that we identified and blocked the attack in time. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm still curious who was behind it.
It's definitely interesting. I'm actually surprised that still in 2023 we're talking about the high value numbers and the toll fraud, that those have not been yet discontinued and blocked by most of the carriers, because this is a avenue for abuse when the cost for most communications is relatively low, with the internet and the technologies that we use underpinning it. So I'm surprised that I'm guessing the only people who are keeping those services alive may actually be the fraudsters.
Yeah, and by the way, they were all coming from Africa. I don't remember which country in specific, but they were all related to Africa.
I remember dealing with some toll fraud with one of the services that we had at a prior employer, and we saw a lot of stuff coming out of Eastern Europe, out of Romania and such, when it came to a lot of SIP-based fraud. So definitely interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
So Ronald from Fusion. The self-service portal for AD that you had, what identity requirements did it have for the user to go when he first registered? Was it just the email? Because if that was the case, then they could have basically reset anybody's password if they just knew the email the first time.
Yes, the exploit was only requiring email address, but the account needed to be in that limbo state. Enrollment started, but never completed.
So I assume this was 2014 and there was no 2FA?
No, not at all. No. No way.
Any more questions? Thank you again, Ricardo.
Good. Thank you.
And a reminder that there's still spaces on the training for Friday, both the RPKI training and Ricardo's open source intelligence training. Next up is lunch, everybody's favorite meal of the day after breakfast. It's in the Chef Boma's, which you go out the entrance, turn right. Good. Actually, yes, you can go that way. So go out, turn left again, go down the hill. But I haven't been that way, so use your initiative. Hopefully it's signposted. Most things here are well signposted. Thank you.
Yeah, talk.
1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not coming.
Yeah, but you need to concede.
1, 2, 1. Can you hear me? Is it clear? No.
No, it's very good. It's delayed, what? It's delayed. Just listen, let me talk.
1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2.
It's very late. Listen to me, just wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. You can hear yourself now. Or if you don't listen.
Yes, 1, 2. Speaking with the mic. Yes, can you hear me? Am I loud and clear? How does it sound? Can you find it? Because there's a latency, you can hear it. There's a delay. It's coming very late. Because if you remember here, if this thing is sending, or do you want us to change the sound from here? Let's change it back. Taking the rest. Something. Sorry. What's that? You're not sending from the. So, and you said, I'm sure it's sending. Yeah. Let me speak. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Yes, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear it? Huh? Okay.
Almost 1 second lag, but it can go.
Is it fine?
Yeah.
You're good with it. But now,
the simplest, most reliable solution by far.
how am I going to hear the sound?
Which sound?
On the speakers. We need to split.
Yeah, just split it.
he turned his headset on. You have a system set on the filter. It's worth pointing out that we'll be sitting here with the because otherwise I'm going to do we want to have the right talk first, always because
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to start the second half of the day. Please grab a seat. Yeah. So on first we have Ben Madison, who is going to talk about ASPA, RPKI-based ASPA verification, which is a good follow-up talk from mine. And then we'll have some talk about DDoS mitigation from John Brown, and finally how to avoid fines and stay out of prison from Anne Brooks. So quite an interesting lineup. So yeah, welcome back everyone. So slides.
Do I have to carry on walking back here?
You see it?
Number 5. Yep, that looks right.
Oh, it opened using the browser.
Andrew?
Yeah, let me find it.
Is there a clip? Hi there. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Ben Madison. I look after network engineering at Work Online Communications. And hopefully, if I get a clicker soon, I'm going to be talking about ASPA. ASPA, not ASAP, which is a really easy typo to make in your slides. I'm sure it will show up at some stage. So a bunch of my slides got written for me by colleagues who have presented earlier today. So thanks everyone who was talking about routing security and root leaks. I'm not going to rehash all of that, and I'm also not going to rehash kind of 101, this is what the RPKI system is and this is how it operates. If you're interested in talking about that afterwards, then I'm more than happy to chat to people about it, but I think that there's been plenty of kind of basic intro to the RPKI today, so we're going to skip all of that. This, however, is one of those topics which, at a kind of high level, intuitive level, is fairly straightforward and gets detailed and complicated and down into the weeds pretty rapidly. So I'm more than happy to take questions as I'm talking. I'd much rather be able to answer people's questions as they come up rather than waiting for the end and discover that I've lost half the room because I've gone into details that people don't have the background for. With that said, this is exactly the same diagram that I think it was Amrish had in his slides earlier. The kind of, the typical anatomy of a root leak. And this is the problem that ASPA seeks to prevent, where you have a prefix being advertised downstream to a customer who then, for want of filtering and whatever, leaks it back out to another operator with whom they do not have a customer-provider relationship, and that prefix can wind up going all over the internet and attracting unwanted traffic flows, causing congestion, potentially be a tool in an attacker's arsenal in order to eavesdrop, etc., etc., etc. Bad things happen when this stuff happens. And as it stands at the moment, we don't really, as an industry, have a good solution to this. There's an RFC 7908, I think it is. Yeah, 7908. Concerns itself with defining what a root leak is. And it uses this phrase, intended scope, which is a bit nebulous. And this is why things start getting complicated, and it's why we don't have a good way of detecting this stuff at the moment. Because it matters whose intention you're talking about. There are at least four kind of parties involved in this. There's the owner of the prefix that the leaked path is announcing a route for. There's the downstream AS or ASs who are propagating it up to their transit providers. There's the upstream AS who's accepting it and propagating it onwards to their peers and other customers. And there's the routing police. There's, essentially us, the people who stand on stages and say what's right and what's wrong. And one of the things that you need to do before you kind of really tackle this problem in a structured way is define whose intention actually matters here. Who is it in this diagram that gets to say whether P should end up on the right-hand side of that diagram or not? We talk about this stuff amongst ourselves in a fairly loose fashion, but we kind of all have an intuition about it, I think. I think most of us have an intuition about it. And that is that an announcement should be propagated essentially when either your left neighbor or your right neighbor is paying you to do so. If you have a downstream customer, they're kind of paying for two different things, at least from the perspective of a transit provider. You're being paid to accept announcements from your customer and have those propagate to other operators in such a way that the whole network hears, the whole of the internet hears about them. And conversely, in the other direction, you are being paid to provide reachability information so that their traffic outbound can in turn reach the whole of the internet. And it's that it's that kind of symmetric relationship that exists between customers and providers that can make this a little complicated. I would have put a citation in for the value-free model, but I wasn't actually that sure about which citation to use. Is it Kaida? Amrish, you probably know the answer to this. Was it Kaida that published the value-free model? Yeah? Was it? It was those guys. Okay. I will, when I put those on the internet, I'll put a reference there. The value-free model essentially describes that. It describes this kind of, this abstract idea that we have about the topology of the internet, where prefixes should only go up the kind of chain of customer to provider relationships and then back down again once. Once they've entered a valley, they should no longer come out of that valley. I.e., where are we? This violates the valley-free principle. As you can see here, there's a valley between AS1, AS3, and AS2. An announcement has propagated down and then back up two sides of a valley, and this is what's prohibited by that model. And this ends up describing, at least at a fairly high level, the topology of the internet pretty well, as long as you get your definitions right. And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to find a mechanism that is able to encode somehow enough information so that networks that are removed from the originator of the prefix or any of their peers, or where a leak's going on or maybe going on, is able to answer these two questions. Has the downstream network, has the network that appears on the right side of this, of some AS in the path, authorized that transit network to propagate announcements upstream? Or conversely, has the left neighbor authorized the transit to kind of essentially send the whole default zone down towards them? Are they a downstream customer? And it turns out that the information that's necessary to describe this is actually fairly straightforward. The algorithm to apply to that information gets a little hairy, and I'm not going to go too far into those weeds, hopefully. So the way that this is being thought about at the IETF, and this proposal called ASPA, has been around for a number of years now, and was kind of arrived at separately by a bunch of different people who kind of came up with different terminology for the same solution. And it's fairly well matured in terms of the actual protocol specification. And I'll talk a bit about at the end about where things stand in the standardization process and the implementation process. But it turns out that it's enough for a network to make available the set of providers that it considers authorized transits. Now, it's important to understand that by transits in this context, we're talking about any AS number that can show up as transit between two other ASs in the AS path. Now, usually that will be a kind of traditional IP transit provider, like probably most people are used to dealing with. But it can include other things. It can include some sort of a sibling relationship where you have two autonomous systems that are essentially operated as a single network and exchange pretty much all of their routes between them. It can be scenarios where you've got bilateral purchase arrangements between two operators, maybe in different parts of the world. It can also, in some cases, include IXP root servers. In the case of root servers, mostly nowadays, the root server's AS number doesn't show up in the AS path, in which case this question becomes moot. We don't need to care about it because this is all about validating AS paths. There are still a small handful of IXP root servers that do put their AS number in the AS path, and those root servers would need to be considered transit providers and included in a set of provider ASs, just like your IP transit, your IP transit network or your sibling network would be. Now, just like every other, well, not quite every other, like most other RPKI base technologies. This revolves around the use of a newly defined signed object, which is a blob of binary data which is signed using a CMS wrapper and published in one of the RPKI publication points for everybody else to go and retrieve and validate cryptographically. In this case, probably the single most important property of a signed object is a definition of who is responsible for signing the data. Who is the one that's making whatever assertion is being made in that object? In the case of ROAs, that's the prefix holder. In the case of BGP SEC certificates, for example, it's the AS number holder. In this case, it is the customer side of the relationship. The provider side of the relationship does not need to say anything about who their customers are, which is a really important property of this, because this is true for us, for example, lots of service agreements preclude providers from talking publicly about who their customers are. And so one of the really nice practical implications of this is it's only the customer that needs to talk about who their providers are. The providers can stay silent on the topic. And then similarly with the way that root origin validation works, there's an RP that's responsible for retrieving all of these objects, walking the tree, doing a bunch of crypto in order to check that all of the signatures over those objects are valid and that they are in fact signed by the right party, and then they're massaged a little bit in a way that I'll get to in a moment before being sent to BGP speaking routers. So the operational model is pretty familiar if you're familiar with origin validation. This is a slightly more formal definition of what these objects look like. There's a customer AS number and then a non-empty set of provider AS numbers. There's a version number just in case we ever need to do a backwards incompatible version change, which hopefully we will never need to do, because having thought about it in the context of ROAs, it turns out that that's actually really, really non-trivial and hopefully never needs to happen. The customer ASID is also trivial, it's just a 32-bit number. The interesting structure is the bit that talks about provider AS sets. Now the first thing to notice is that this is non-empty. You can see that size between 1 and max means that it has to have at least one entry in it. The reason for this is because certainly initially and probably for a very, very long time thereafter, we're going to have an incomplete set of ASPA objects published by network operators out on the internet. And there needs to be some sort of a way of distinguishing between the case that no ASPA object has been issued by a particular customer AS versus an assertion by a customer AS that they have no transits. And those need to be readily distinguishable. And the way that we've chosen to do that is to simply prohibit empty sets, because that's where that ambiguity is introduced. In order to signal to other operators that I have no transits, I would create a provider AS set with one member, and that is 0, because the BGP protocol standards prohibit the use of 0 as a identifier in an AS path. That necessarily means that cannot match against a route that you see out in the wild unless you have a quite nasty bug in your BGP implementation. And then the third thing to make note of is that this has probably been the most recent contentious subject. There was some disagreement about whether or not ASPA objects should be completely address family specific, whether you should publish one for IPv4 and one for IPv6 and they should just be ships in the night. That was how early versions of these documents were written. And my view, and hopefully the view I think that is going to end up winning out, is that that's not the common case. What I see personally is that the majority of operators have a mostly congruent topology between IPv4 and IPv6. The exceptions to that are far, far less numerous. They tend to be adjacencies with specific operators that have a very large V6 customer base and a medium-sized V4 customer base, without naming any names, or vastly different peering policies in one address family versus the other. But they're very much the exception rather than the rule. And so instead of having separate objects for V4 and V6, what we did instead was introduce this AFI limit field, which is optional, and if it's omitted, then it simply means this provider is my provider regardless of address family. This assertion is valid for V4 and V6 and hopefully nothing else after that. Question? Go.
I'm Rich. So I give read to the document that it says you can only create one ASPA object. Is that correct? Like a customer can only create one.
You can't prevent because of the way that the RPKI is organized, you can't prevent multiple objects from existing. So can I come back to that question in a second? I have a different slide that's a better time to talk about that.
Was like conflicting with the fact that you have to address
So that limitation is per customer AS per AFI anyway. So it's the tuple. But it applies in a different, so early versions of the drafts did say essentially what you're saying. Since this changed, it's been changed a little bit, so that does still apply, but it applies on the wire in the RTR protocol instead. But I will get to that, because for me, that's the biggest single thing that needs more text still in the draft. But we'll come back to it. But the semantics of the AFI limit are simply, if it is present, then what it means is that this particular provider is only of my provider in this particular address family. So it allows people to express policies like, AS 65,000 is my upstream for V6, but he's a settlement-free peer or perhaps even a customer for V4. The lifetime that these things go through is a little complex. And part of the complexity is caused by what Amrish just hinted at in his question, about the fact that we've learned a few lessons from dealing with rowers at this point. And one of those is that it's important to avoid race conditions between different objects. It is perfectly possible for in fact it's frequently the case, that a rower for a prefix is published in a different place than a rower for its subprefix. And it's quite easy to construct race conditions where you get where you retrieve the super prefix but not the subprefix, rendering the subprefix invalid, or the reverse, which is less harmful but still problematic from a troubleshooting perspective. One of the explicit goals here was to try and avoid situations where more than one piece of data on the actual BGP speaker influenced the algorithm outcome for a particular path. So in the case of rows, it's frequently the case that for the same prefix you have multiple rows that all match that prefix and all need to be considered when arriving at a validation status. The way that that's avoided here is by having essentially kind of like BGP-like withdrawal semantics for the actual data that gets sent to the BGP speaker. It is unavoidable, because of the way that the RPKI publication system works, that it's possible to have multiple ASPA objects in the system with the same customer AS number. There's simply no way of defending against that from a protocol perspective. It is recommended to operators that there only be one, but there are situations where there need to be more than one. So, for example, if you are transferring address space between RIRs, there would need to be some sort of overlap in order to accommodate that transition. Where this guarantee happens is at the RP, the link in the processing chain that's responsible for doing the cryptographic validation and sending that data onwards to the router. This middle step essentially takes all of the ASPA objects that are created by customer AS, takes a union of all of their providers, and kind of trims them according to that AFI limit field if it's present in any of them. And that will result in either 0, 1, or 2 AFI PDUs, aka VAPs, which stands for Validated ASPA Payload. Those can be guaranteed as being atomic per address family. And that protects against that race condition. So the worst really that can happen is that you, by publishing multiple objects that don't agree with one another, the worst you can do to yourself here is making your policy a bit too permissive. But you can't shoot yourself in the head like you can with rowers. This is the meat of it, really. This is kind of how we go from this data about who are my upstream providers to some other network elsewhere in the internet observing an AS path and needing to make a decision about, is this a leak? Is this actually showing up here in contravention of someone's routing policy along the way? And this was the bit that I was really unsure about how much detail I should go into, because this is the bit where the intuition is straightforward. I think that pretty much everyone here has got some experience operating a BGP speaking network, has a feel in slightly hand-wavy terms for what's a route leak and what's not a route leak. It turns out trying to formalize that in language that can actually be implemented in code in BGP implementations is a little bit hair-raising. Although the recent versions of the draft have gotten a bit better. But so if I'm skating over too many details that are necessary, please ask questions. If you want me to go into more detail and get down into the weeds, I'm happy to do so, although that might be best out the front there rather than while I've got a microphone in my hand. Essentially, every path, in a similar sort of vein as to how origin validation works, the process is that a BGP update is received, each of the paths in that update is inspected, and the AS path is examined. The AS path is compared to the complete set of ASPA data that's present in the router's memory, that it's received using the RPKI to router protocol that I spoke about in that previous step. And there can be one of three outcomes. Either the path is valid, which means that you can think of this in a few different ways, but the way I like to think about it is every transit AS in that path, i.e. every AS number that has both a right neighbor and a left neighbor in the path, was authorized in an ASPA by one of them, by one of its neighbors, either in the upstream direction or in the downstream direction. And that applies to all of the transit ASs in the whole path. So you can be absolutely certain that this conforms to the policies of the intended routing policies of all the networks. Invalid is obviously the converse of that. It's you have enough information to say for sure that there has been a violation of at least one person's routing policy in propagating this prefix. It's entirely possible for a route to be leaked more than once. In fact, it's quite frequent, because when you get through the first set of filters and you leak and you kind of violate some rule that someone further upstream expects to always be true, chances are greater and greater that you end up sneaking through other route filters as well. So it's not necessarily the case that exactly one trans AS in the AS path has acted in violation of someone's routing policy. It's invalid as long as there is at least one. And the third state, which will for the foreseeable future be the massively most common one, is unknown. We simply don't know enough to make either of those other assertions either way.
an the unknown state is not necessarily problematic. I mean, you can imagine a situation where everyone but a large transit operator somewhere, somewhere out on the internet who has a lot of peering and a large customer cone, everyone else creates a bunch of ASPAs, but this one operator doesn't. That would have the effect of making a very large portion of the paths out in the default free zone unknown, because you're missing that one kind of key piece in the puzzle, meaning that you can assign the status of valid to very, very few paths. But it still means you have a huge amount of information about the topology in the rest of the internet, and the net result of that would be, although people in the immediate neighborhood of that one large operator might still be susceptible to, single hop leaks, the rest of the internet would actually be very, very well protected. So having status unknown is expected and not problematic. It's simply there for want of a better phrase, frankly. The current verification draft, I personally think, does a not great job of explaining the verification algorithm. It is correct. I've looked quite thoroughly at it. I've written test code for it. A bunch of other people have. A bunch of people have implemented. I'm fairly well convinced that the procedure that's outlined in the current internet draft is correct. It also makes you want to lie down in a dark room after reading it. And I'm kind of hoping that we fix this before it gets published, but we might not do. And that's why I haven't copied and pasted the explanation in here, and I'm going to try and do that in prose rather than by talking people through internet drafts. The current version of the draft splits the algorithm into two different scenarios. And the first one is the kind of trivial one. It's referred to as the algorithm for upstream paths, and it's there to be applied to paths that you have received from non-transits. So that's, in the ordinary course of things, that's your customers, that's your peers, that's usually root servers at internet exchanges, anyone from whom you are not expecting them to send you their non-customer peer routes. And in that case, the algorithm becomes trivial because you're expecting to find an unbroken chain of customer to provider relationships. As soon as that is violated, it means that one of your customers is advertising a prefix for one of their non-customers, which is a violation of that kind of implicit trust model. And that's, if the whole internet looked like this and we were just one big ladder of ever increasingly large transit operator with a shared customer cone, then we'd be done and we'd have solved this problem years ago because it's easy. The difficult one to articulate is the reverse. It's the algorithm that is applied to paths that you receive in the downstream direction, paths that you receive from a transit. And in this case, let me switch to this slide. In this case, you're expecting the propagation path to look something like this. There is an origin somewhere who advertises it to their transit and to their transit and to their transit and so on and so forth, until at some point you encounter a non-customer to provider relationship. In this diagram, that's ASK. There will be maybe some settlement-free peering going on up there. There might be a sibling relationship at the apex of that cone. Various things could be going on there, and this is kind of what the whole validation algorithm is there to try and work out. And then at some stage it will start flowing back down again. As the receiver, your transit's transit will get the path, and then your transit's transit, and so on and so forth until it arrives at you. But you should expect that upward-facing cone shape. And essentially what the algorithm that's articulated in the current version of the draft says is that you can decide for sure that something is valid as long as there are no ASs between L and K. If they are either the same AS So this is simply a shared, the origin and the receiver are in the same customer cone. L and K might be the same AS, in which case this is fine. If they are settlement-free peers, and neither one is in the other's set of authorized providers, that's also fine. But as soon as there is another AS in the middle there, call it ASM, as soon as M is there, M has leaked a route between K and L. And we know this because if there was a customer relationship between K and M, then that would form part of the up-ramp. And the up-ramp wouldn't terminate at K, it would terminate at M. Similarly, if they were a upstream provider of L, then the down-ramp wouldn't terminate at L, it would terminate at M. The only way that you can have an operator in the middle of these two halves of the diagram without it being without them being included either in the up ramp or in the down ramp is if a leak has been caused. Now that's the description of how things can be valid. Unfortunately, it only describes validity. If you are trying to tell the difference between invalidity and simply not having enough information, then you need to generalize this even further. Do I have a slide about that? No. And I kind of feel like this is the point at which I'm straying into too much detail for today, but I can talk about it if we have time, maybe. Should.
Hi, Ben. Is there any thought in describing this in a way that such that if you were to receive a default route, if you see something that appears to be, as specified here, to be inappropriately advertised, but if you're going to follow that way for default route anyways, what would be the expected behavior difference that a service provider, that a provider may have? I think this is in part a bit more of a generalized question as well, but in looking at this, if I don't have an alternative path to that network, it may not matter that I've detected it as invalid.
Yeah, that applies to origin validation as well, right? I was actually going to ask you earlier when you were talking about origin validation at Akamai's, do you guys not carry a default? Because it's less exciting if you've got a default, right?
It's, at least for us, and I'll respond slightly to that, which is that the goal is to suppress as many intentional invalids as feasible.
Mm-hmm.
Because with many things today, an RPKI unit is unknown. And back on slide 12, when we're talking about the AS path, there's not really a not defined there either, right? Because I don't think that's possible here, because once you publish an object, then you're saying who should be visible, and that you're unlikely to end up in a situation where that relationship would be not found.
Yeah, so the equivalent of not found is this unknown status. And that arises when there are ASs in the AS path that haven't published information. You're right, once an AS has published an object, they are all in with that object. It's not partial information. I suppose where this is still useful in the kind of situation that you're describing is you can imagine a sub-prefix hijack with a spoofed AS path in order to try and circumvent origin validation. So you stick the victim's AS number behind you in the AS path and deaggregate. You would be able to. It's quite likely as a receiving party that you've got the legitimate prefix, which is now shorter than the attacker's prefix. Yeah. Whether or not you receive a default in addition to those two prefixes is still in your interest to be able to detect the attack, which this would allow you to do. Hopefully, as long as, other than in very, very specific unlikely topologies where you are in fact buying transit from your attacker. In almost all scenarios you'd be able to detect that attack, and you wouldn't end up falling back to your default. You'd end up falling back to the correct, shorter route that you have in your table from elsewhere. Yeah? If you're following the default for that prefix anyway, then it's kind of not your job to fix this, it's your transit provider's.
Yeah, and one of the things that we've observed is that many providers, especially smaller ones, they don't, even if they receive a full table from the provider, they quite often have portions of it that they'll either ignore or filter out at some point, and have the prefixes that just follow the default.
Yep.
And that's something which I'm seeing that increasing behavior of, because carrying 1 million routes in your, not only in your grid, where you're going to end up with 2 million or 3 million paths potentially, but then end up with 1 million entries in your fib, that ends up being quite problematic to a lot of this analysis.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of curious if you thought about that as part of this. This is a very difficult space, and I think one that needs a lot of input from people, especially people in interesting parts of the world, where these relationships are not always as clear. You have friendly backup transit that you need to, the super secret backup transit that you will never publicly admit that you have, but once you publish an object like this, will become invalid. And this is something I think is really going to be essential for the deployment of these types of technologies.
Yep, totally. Yeah, so the super secret backup transit is a problem for this. There's not really a way of getting around that. You've got to either tell people or not tell people. You can't simultaneously have told people and not told people. That's just not how cryptography works. I think that so I don't think that this has the same degree of utility for everyone. I think that there are even applications of this to making sure that you are receiving a default from somewhere sane. Even the act of validating that your default came from the place where you expected it, this could potentially be useful in a way that ROV probably isn't really, other than in a very weird corner case. What we've observed, and that arrangement that you're describing where people will take a default plus maybe some sort of partial table from their transit and a bunch of peering routes, that's common in our customer base. It's very common in our customer base. And in general, people prioritize the fib slots for the prefixes where they're sending traffic. As a result, the utility vis-a-vis any particular prefix is actually quite likely to naturally be proportional to the amount of traffic that's flowing towards that prefix. You'll get the least use out of this for your least used prefixes, which is quite a nice property. It's not obvious to me how we do better than that, but I think that's already quite good, actually. Does anyone want me to? No, in fact, I don't have time. I'm going to skip over the details of how we go about determining whether something is invalid. I will be that way if anyone wants to hear those nuts and bolts. But it's kind of, it means what you think it means. It really does. Unfortunately, it's just not written that way. This is an unusual area because it's one where we really don't have good alternatives. There was noise at one stage back in the dawns of time about doing a kind of a transit via thing in IRR ordnums. Was that you, actually? No. But as it stands, that never really went anywhere, and as it stands at the moment, the ordnum object doesn't even have a way of expressing this idea of I've got this neighbor, and I expect this neighbor to announce my prefixes to all of these other neighbors. It's just not something that you can say in RPSL today, even if you wanted to, which I would argue you probably don't want to quite a lot. So IRR data is not on the table for solving this. Peer lock is a interesting, I don't even want to call it a technology, it's a methodology. Fair? It's a methodology for essentially doing this by hand. It essentially involves, Jared can speak a lot more authoritatively about this than I can, but it essentially involves exchanging a lot of email with a small number of trusted third parties in order to keep each other informed of what the topology should look like between your networks, and constructing a bunch of horrendously complicated AS-path regex filters to express that. And it seems to work. I have never spent my time doing that personally. I know people who have. Feel free.
Hi, Jerry. The thing that I'll comment on, so there's two different ways. You can either filter your peers or you can filter your customers. And when I was doing the original BGP research stuff back in 2007, that led to what eventually got branded to be PureLock. The intention was to AS-path filter your customers to not accept routes from them that had the ASs of your upstreams in them. You could also then take that and make it more complicated and build a list of, I shouldn't see these ASs from these networks. So if you're a larger provider in an area, you can do that as well. But it's kind of dependent upon trying to filter out some of that garbage routes from either one end or the other to go and make sure that things do the right thing. But filtering on the customer side, where if you're buying from, whatever Telia has rebranded itself to this month, if you know you're buying from them, you probably don't want to see an AS path with that ASN, with $12.99 in, from your customers. And that becomes a much easier thing to do than writing a much more complex regex. You can say, these are my transits, and you can do that, and you don't have to publish that list yourself as a service provider, which is very helpful.
Thanks. Fundamentally, the principles are the same. It's how you arrive at that configuration. It's existing policy constructs that exist on implementations, and it's a lot of very manual work. And in the case of, it was NTT that did it first, I believe, and they only have the trivial case because they're transit free. Doing peer lock for this case would be very, very hard indeed. And then thirdly, I quite often hear BGP sec and ASPA being kind of lumped into the same category of being AS path validation or AS path verification. I mean, that's true, but they say totally different things about AS paths. This is about taking an AS path as given and comparing it to what you know about the routing policies of the people that show up in that path. Whereas BGP-SEC is about taking an AS path as an untrusted piece of input data and saying, but they are totally different. BGP-SEC does not solve the problems that ASPA addresses. ASPA does not solve the problems that BGP-SEC addresses. They are independently useful and totally complementary. So stop it. I've said most of these things already, and Amrish is going to kick me off the stage. But I think that I think he has some really nice properties. You don't have time, man. Sorry. I'd like to spend what little time I've got left just talking about this sort of stuff. The specification of the object profile, I think, is hopefully done. The verification draft needs a further revision. I'm hoping to make some changes to it during the course of next week at the IETF meeting. But it is currently in last call. It's nearing the end of its life as a draft, and I think that it's not unreasonable to expect that an RFC that the RFC should start being published maybe in the kind of last quarter of this year sort of time frame. So like the progress is good on the standardization front. The progress is also good in terms of the implementations with one very glaring omission. Krill, RPKI client, Routinator, Ripster, StayRTR have all implemented or are in the process of implementing their parts of this puzzle. You can stand up a ASPA supporting RPKI infrastructure today using stable versions of code from most of these implementations, and it works perfectly well. It's fairly well tested. I've done interop stuff with most of them. It's good. Things on that side are happy. As far as BGP speakers go, there are only two that I'm aware of. One of which is OpenBGPD, which is the OpenBSD implementation, and then there's NIST's experimental Quagga fork hybrid thing, which I probably wouldn't even run in my lab. There is a lot of work to do from BGP implementations here. In particular, none of the commercial network operating system vendors have even indicated a timeline for support, let alone started shipping anything. So if you would like to be able to detect root leaks and you use any form of commercial BGP implementation, please go and tell the people that you buy it from, because the last thing we want is to have a rerun of origin validation where everything gets standardized and agreed upon, and then 10 years go by before anyone is in a position to actually run it in the field and find the bugs. And there's some impetus for this at the moment, and it's important that we keep up that momentum. And I'm done.
Thank you, Ben. I think we'll keep the questions for the coffee chat. Thank you. Next up is John Brown from Team Kimberley.
Stay around here because I have a backup mic here.
I know, but I wander. Okay. So that's what I do. Everybody hear me okay? Awesome. So, let's see, I guess I have to drive and figure out where the slides are. I don't need Dropbox. There we go. Is there full screen for this? It doesn't matter. Oops, no.
Do you mind?
Switch.
Do you mind I fix this?
Yeah, that's fine.
No, keep that, keep that. Put this here.
Yeah, that's fine.
This one you can put in your pocket here. Thank you.
You have to keep both of them. Sorry, down there. Sorry. All right, well. Okay. Good? Good? Yeah. All right, cool. All right, well, we'll have audio here in a second. There we go. And you might want to pull it back just a little bit because I have a loud voice, so I'll be projecting. All right, good afternoon, everybody. How's everyone? Oh, no. I know we just had lunch. We had a lot of meat, a lot of protein in us. Our stomachs are happy, and we all are ready for a little snooze. So let's try this one more time. Good afternoon, everybody. There we go. All right, we're alive. Just want to make sure. This is Bert. Some of you might know Bert. Another Bert that hangs out with Ripe at times. This is his younger cousin. He's now travels around. So he'll help me with questions and stuff like that. Today we're going to talk a little bit about open source and community-based ways of mitigating some DDoS stuff. There will be some slides in here that I know some of you will be like, really? We know this stuff, John. But I do presentations for a wide range of audiences, and I don't ever really want to make an assumption of what's the overall skill set of an audience, so I try to bring folks along, and then we dive into the techie stuff as quickly as possible. I do a lot of security presentations as well. These slides, if you understand what TLP means, traffic light protocol, these are TLP clear. Feel free to take pictures of them. If you want copies of the slides, I'm happy to give them. I've given them to Donald. I'm sure they'll be uploaded or made available. If they're not, let me know. I'll be happy to send them to you. So a quick little agenda. Who am I? We're going to talk about what DDoSes are, routers work, ways to mitigate, and then we're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, source spoofed packets. I am a CISSP. I've been doing internet junk for 30 plus years. I'm a recovering ISP owner, so that means I sold my ISP about a year and a half or so ago, and now I don't have to do that, which is a lot of fun. Also, was a past MikroTik instructor, ran ICANN's root server for a little while. When I'm not pushing packets, I'm pushing 10, flying airplanes. That's a little bit. You can reach me at jbrown plus ZANOG23 at cumry.com. Next 4 slides are here because marketing says I have to put them in my slide deck. Yeah. Who are we? Team Cumry is a 15-plus-year-old company. We do cybersecurity, threat intelligence. We have a bunch of community-based services that are no cost for ISPs and exchange point providers, hosting companies, et cetera. If you want to talk more about that stuff, find to chat about it. These are some of our services. We'll talk a little bit about our DDoS mitigation as one of the slides in the presentation. I would say our CCERT program, if you happen to be a CCERT, we have a CCERT assistance program. We have about 150 CCERTs around the world that are members today. If you're not a member, find us. We have a bunch of cool tools for CCERTs. Excuse me. We run multiple conferences per year. These are invite cybersecurity-based conferences. If you are interested in potentially attending one of these conferences, feel free to reach out to me and I can get you an invite to that conference. There's no media, no sales. They are all very technically focused. I'd say the last thing that I think is probably one of the most useful things for folks when I was an ISP, in addition to our threat intelligence data, is our Dragon News Bites. It's news articles and stuff that we've grabbed from the industry about what current things are happening, and then we push that out in a mailing list. So in the morning I would wake up, have a cup of coffee, and read my Dragon News Bites. We've got about 8,000 or 9,000 subscribers to that list. It's only a one-way list, so you'll get an email a couple times a day or once a week or what have you stuff. Anyway, so there, marketing's happy. So let's talk about a DOS and DDoS. I know the bulk of you probably know what these terms already mean, so we're going to go fairly quick on them. But I also like to, like I said earlier, I like to set the stage. DOS, denial of service, right? Basically, my job as the attacker in a denial of service is to prevent him from being able to do anything. So the way I do that is I take my fire hose, I walk up to him, my nice 4-inch line, and I turn it on, and I spray him full of water. He's not going to be able to do anything, right? He's done. So that's a DOS, denial of service. A DDoS is a distributed denial of service. This is where the threat actor is getting a whole bunch of us together with our 4-inch fire hoses, and we're all going to stand around him, and we're all going to turn on the water at the same time. Right, so it's distributed, and it's multiple attack vectors happening all at once, or distributed elements happening at once. At the end of the day, a DDoS is designed to prevent your network device, or your network, your server, whatever it is, from doing something normal and useful. Right? They could be DDoSing because a 16-year-old is upset that his buddy is beating him in some online game, and so he wants to jack up his latency, or he wants to knock him off the net, or whatever it is. right? Or it could be that I'm trying to prevent Ed from doing a financial transaction online, right? So I'm going to attack his network to prevent him from being able to do a financial transaction in a timely manner. So there's lots of different reasons and motivations why somebody would want to do a denial of service. What kinds of DDoSes do we have? Well, fundamentally there are three types. There's a volumetric or amplification. This will be part of the focus of our chat. This is where the threat actor is going to send a small packet, hopefully out to something like a open recursive DNS server, an NTP server, etc., and get a much larger response back that's going to attack this gentleman right here. Okay. UDP, ICMP are the typical protocols there. A protocol attack, we'll talk a little bit about that, but this is where I'm going to basically do the classic kinds of things like a SIM flood. I'm trying to consume resources on the server more based on a protocol used to that server. And then we have application layer attacks. This is where it's sort of a low and slow. We're going to send a whole bunch of gets and puts, or posts rather, sorry, to the network, trying to overflow, flood up the server that's actually get it responding and be able to hopefully cripple it. Part of this is also it's more like legitimate traffic, so it's harder to filter out. So, question. Who are the victim? Who's the victim of a DDoS? Feel free to shout out an answer. That depends. Depends on what? The ISP is the victim? Anybody else the victim? Pardon? The client is the victim. Okay, so we got the ISP, we got the client. Who else is the victim? Pardon? The collateral damage, right? So you've got the compromised host that is part of the botnet, right? That's doing the attack, that's generating that attack volume. Right? You have the ISP that is providing the transit connectivity for that particular botnet. Transit peering providers in between, so everybody in the middle, right? Ed's over here getting attacked, but Ricardo in the back is the one sending a whole bunch of packets across all these networks in the middle. All of you are transporting traffic you could absolutely care less about. That is taking up resources, and if it's big enough, you actually will pay attention and care. ISP is providing connectivity to Ed to the target. That is going to be a victim, potentially, especially small, mid-sized ISPs, right? If I'm flooding you with 30 or 40 gigabits of traffic and you only have a 20 or 30 gigabit upstream, you're going to get fairly well congested. And of course, then the target itself. The point here is I think a lot of people forget is that a DDoS isn't just the end user, the end device that's the victim. It's the entire ecosystem is the victim. How many folks here run a fixed wireless-based internet business or have that as part of your network? Okay, so I got half a dozen plus hands that are raised. Add a few to that because there's those folks that don't want to raise their hands. They're like, no, I'm not going to tell anybody, right? Shh, can't say I'm wireless. I'm only fiber, right? But in your wireless businesses, you worry about the bandwidth going across those wireless distribution links because you only have so much time slots on those radios. If you're using a radio like a Ubiquity radio or you're using a MikroTik radio or something similar, those are simplex radios. They're not full duplex on two different channels. Well, there are some that Ubiquity makes, but you know, an AirMax or a Prism or what have, those are typically simplex radios. So you care about that traffic that's flowing across your network. 5 different categories of victims. So at the end, my point is everybody is a victim in the DDoS, and DDoS is an everybody problem. It's not just the victim problem. So with that in mind, we've got to figure out ways of helping reduce the instances of DDoSes. Well, let's talk for a moment about routers. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, right? Routers don't care about source addresses generally. Routers is looking up the destination address, pulling that out of its fib, and pushing the packets, right? Oh, wait a minute, John, what's this fib and rib thing? So RIB, router information base, it's like a database. It contains all of the various routes learned by various protocols. whether those are IGP interior gateway or EGP exterior gateway protocols. So things like OSPF, BGP, ISIS. Anybody running RIP? Good. Shut up. There's always somebody in the audience that are like, haha, I'm going to be RIP. Well, are you running RIP NG that supports IPv6? Okay, good. Right, so the FIB, or the RIB rather, contains these various routes. That information effectively gets distilled into the FIB, which is what is used to push traffic. So in many high-end routers and modern routers, that FIB gets tossed down to ASICs, where you can do the wire speed format forwarding. Some devices, that routing decision is done in a combination of hardware and software. So think about that when you are looking at what you're going to put out there for a routing device. Well, how do we block traffic at a router or on a network? Well, we can do ACLs, ACLs, firewall rules. You can write them, install them on your router. Well, I got 20 routers, now I got to go cut and paste those across to 20 different routers across my network, right? Well, I got to put them on my tower sites or my buildings, my exchange point locations, what have. Yes, I hope you'll do something to automate that process, maybe make use of Ansible or other automation tools that are out there to help push that config out in a standardized way to your network. And I hope that channel that you're using to do that has been secured, right? So that your employee that gets compromised, like Ricardo talked about earlier, that employee that gets compromised doesn't have the ability to push configs into your network through the distribution tool. The challenge is that in many cases this may not scale very well, and it's fat finger risk high. There's got to be a better way. So let's talk about ways to mitigate a DDoS. What's a common way to mitigate one? Throw me an answer. They're on the whiteboard. Right? You can build an access list. You can ask your upstream provider to drop the traffic. You can hire a DDoS mitigation service. You could use something like, I don't know, Team Cumry's free DDoS mitigation service that works for certain types of DDoSes. You can use a combination of the above. In some of these cases, I hope you have pre-set up the relationships so that those DDoS environment, that mitigation can be leveraged. If you haven't set up the authority for DDoS scrubbing service to actually handle your routes, you may have some delay while you get the LOAs, the other certifications, the approvals, so that they can announce on your behalf, etc. So there's a pre-planning that you should be doing in your network to go, well, wait a minute, what do I do if we have a DDoS, right? I encourage you all to go back home, sit down with your folks and your team and go, well, what happens if we get DDoS and we're going to use a mitigation service, or, well, wait a minute, we don't really know what we want to do. Have a tabletop exercise and sort out some of the steps and have those ready to go. Because when you're under stress, having that quick reaction card, like we do in commercial aviation, that I can pull out, oh, this is the checklist for the engine failure. Bing, pull it out, I run through the checklist, right? Have that checklist for your business. It works for aviation, it will work for you guys as well. So let's talk about source spoofed, because Volumetric loves source spoofed packets. A source spoofed packet is a packet that the attacker has faked the source address, knowing that the router is just not going to care, generally, right? They are faking it, right? Can I ask you your name, sir, so I can? You are Mark, great. So Mark over here is going to craft a packet. Well, I see Ed has solved his DDoS problem. He just left the network. Okay. So Mark here is going to craft a packet with Fergus's IP address. And he's going to put that in as the source. All right? And then he pushes that packet out with a destination address of his recursive name server that's open to the public. So now that packet goes out across the internet, comes in and lands on him, and his response goes to Fergus, right? Fergus is under attack thinking it's coming from him, but really Mark's over here the one that's launched the attack, as it were.
Okay? So the attacker creates that packet. They'll use NTP, they'll use DNS, there's other vectors that are available out there. The trick here is Mark sent a small packet, and we got a very large response that went to Fergus. I want some time. Anybody here remember Smurf attacks? Okay, I got one hand. Anybody else? Come on, there's a few of us that are gray beards in here. 2 hands, 3 maybe. Okay. I remember one time Paul Vixie was standing up at a presentation at ZANOG about Smurf attacks, and it's like, yeah, now we have a script kiddie with a 9600 baud modem that can launch megabits and tens of megabits of traffic or more because of Smurf amplification kinds of things. And so that's effectively what we're doing here, small packet, large packet response. It comes down to network hygiene is the problem that we have with source spoofed packets. It's about smelly networks, right? BCP38, who in here has heard of BCP38? Who has actually implemented BCP38 in their network? W something something? Really, seriously, there should be no reason for source spoofed packets leaving your network out to the internet. At the end of the day, there really shouldn't be a reason for that happening, right? Some people say this is hard to do. I ran an ISP for 17 plus years. We did things to prevent source spoofed packets from ever leaving our network. It wasn't that hard. It didn't cause us CPU problems. It didn't cause us headaches. And we had a cleaner network. And my neighbor networks appreciated us, right? Multi-homed is a little bit harder. Single-edged customers, pretty easy to do, right? But we need to change the economics here. We need to change the economics in such a way that peers will stop peering with people that have smelly networks, right? We take away the value of that interconnection. If we take away the value of that interconnection, people are going to change their behavior, right? I'm sure that if I started giving Mark here $100 bills every day and told him he had to wear fluorescent orange shirts, he probably would start wearing fluorescent orange shirts, right? Because I've just changed his economics every day and convinced him to go ahead and wear orange shirts. Enterprises need to stop buying from smelly networks. The UK government a few years ago came out and said, we are not going to buy transit from anybody that is not able to confirm and validate that they block source spoofed packets. That's a pretty strong statement. There are tools to do this. My favorite is unicast reverse path forwarding. How many folks have heard of URPF? How many have implemented URPF? Good. Defined in several RFCs, there's some newer ones after 3704, but the definition is pretty simple. URPF is designed to limit the impact of distributed denial of service by denying traffic with source spoofed packets from accessing the network. So how does URPF work? URPF looks at the source IP. Remember, routers are routing based on destination. Now with URPF, we're going to make a determination based on the source. As of RFC 3704, there are 2 modes. I just read this morning that there's another RFC. It's an 8000 series number. And now there's like a 3rd mode too. I think it's called flexible or something like that, right? But let's talk about how URPF works. So, packet comes in to me as the router. I look at the destination and I forward it. That's the typical behavior. Now, with URPF enabled on this interface, that packet comes into me, and I, as a router with URPF enabled, will look at the source address and look in my routing table and go, wait a minute, is that source IP address reachable via the interface the packet just came in on? If the answer is yes, I forward or continue processing. If the answer is no, and I'm in strict mode, I drop the packet. Poof. So if he sends me a packet that comes into my network, into my router interface, that is not reachable by going out to this interface, I drop the traffic. Okay? Now, if Ed sends me a packet that comes into my network, and I look in the routing information table, and I see, yes, that source IP address is reachable in my network, okay. Not necessarily down the same interface, but is reachable generally in my network, then I'll go ahead and accept it. That's loose mode, okay? Except if the destination address is basically dev null. If next hop is a black hole or dev null, throw it on the floor. Then what would happen is the packet would come in from Ed, I would see that source IP address in my routing table with the next hop of the bit bucket, and I would toss it on the floor. All of this is done typically in hardware at wire speed. No ACLs have been written, right? So if we enable strict URPF on your single-homed residential edge or business customers, then you're going to prevent them from participating in a source-spoofed attack. Pretty easy to do. There's like 3 lines in a Juniper that will do this on an interface, okay? This will help keep the network clean. For those of you that are running wireless networks, this will save you money because you won't have to spend money tossing traffic across your network that doesn't need to go across your network. By the way, make sure you understand how this stuff works. You can break your network. Make sure you lab it up, right? We all do labs, right? We all build a lab before we deploy. If you don't, you should. Even if it's not the exact same technology, understand the routing protocols, lab it up. But it can break your network if you're not sure. So don't go just throwing this in the wild into your production network right away. Test it, make sure you understand it, please. Just like anything else in networking, you can break things if you don't test it and validate and make sure you know what you're doing. Remember, URPF is looking at the fib. So how can we use URPF to drop bad IPs? Well, one of the ways that I did it was I actually built a BGP speaker on my network where I would inject routes into my network. And those injections are malicious IPs. Those are IPs that I know are bad or are bad actors. And people I have no desire to sell, to exchange packets with at all, okay? So using things like BGP or OSPF, which makes up the RIB, I can turn around and flow traffic in and have URPF drop it, okay? No ACLs are needed. No updates to the ACLs are needed at all because it's all automagic. I'm going to drive him crazy because every time he wants to take a picture, I'm going to turn. Just kidding. So I used ExaBGP as my BGP speaker, right? There's a guy, Thomas Magnu, thank you, out of the RIPE world that created this. It works really good. It's worked well for me. You can have a JSON interface to it. You can inject things into it through a web interface if you want, or other ways of pushing traffic into, or routes into it, right? So I leveraged ExaBGP to set up. What I did is I configured it, my router, so that anything I received from my ExaBGP speaker, my injector, had a next hop of the rubbish bin. I also made sure I had community strings tied to it so that I would not export this accidentally, like I never did that. No, really, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. I set up no export so that I wouldn't accidentally export all these routes to my peers, like I did for 15 minutes once upon a time. All right, but now here's the cool thing. I can drop traffic to a source address by just simply injecting it into my BGP, and then poof, across my network. My network is no longer accepting traffic from that address, from that source. But it's also not accepting traffic, or it's not forwarding traffic to those IPs as well. So another way we can use to help prevent DDoSes or mitigate against traffic we don't want is we can use a remote triggered black hole. How many folks in here have set up today an RTBH in their network? Couple folks, about 8, 10 people, okay, cool. So you can configure this with your peer, with your transit provider, where you announce based on an agreed community string, you can announce a prefix that says, hey, upstream, please drop traffic to this IP for me. And your upstream will go ahead and drop that traffic. What you've done is you've taken the DDoS problem and you've pushed it upstream, right? It's no longer on your interface, it's no longer your transit, or your link to that upstream is no longer being congested. You've pushed the problem upstream. You've taken the victim offline, right? But the rest of your network is probably running, so this is a good thing. But there are still other victims out there, right? Remember we had our 5 different classes of victims? There are still other victims out there on that network from that DDoS attack. So here's a quick animation of a real-time black hole request. Our victim network here sends out an RTBH request to their upstream. Their upstream now drops traffic. Do I have a laser? I do have a laser point. This link here is no longer congested from the bottom transit provider up to our victim. That's no longer congested because my upstream provider here is dropping the traffic and it's not leaving their network. But can't I just drop traffic? Isn't there a way I can do this where I can drop traffic from all those bots that are attacking, all those DNS amplifications that are out there? And the answer is yes, you can. I've done it. You can take IPs of all those bots and you can inject that into your routing table using BGP via ExaBGP. You have a policy set up and unicast reverse path forwarding set up so that that traffic will drop on your edge to your transit and peering providers. I've done this with 40,000 plus /IPv4/32 prefixes injected into my BGP on my routers in Albuquerque, LA, San Jose, Ashburn, London, etc., and drop traffic almost instantly. About a 5% increase in CPU load. Nobody had to write an ACL. All I had to do was collect that list of botnet IPs and inject that in, which I could do generally fairly automatically by doing a JSON inject into ExaBGP. The cool thing is that generally my victim stayed up and running because I've killed the traffic that's actually attacking them. So, can't I tell other networks? Yes, you can. Team Cumry has a service called Utters, where basically what we've done is we've taken the real-time black hole concept and we've made it a distributed real-time black hole. So ISPs that are a member, they will go ahead and when they receive a prefix from us, they will drop that traffic. Now we don't just generate prefixes, right? Fergus has to tell us that he has a victim IP and this is the prefix he wants us to redistribute. So Fergus's ISP is in control of that. We simply validate that Fergus is actually authorized to do it. His network is authorized to do that. And we have several ways we go about that. And then we redistribute that out. And then poof, all of those networks stop sending traffic towards Fergus. We support flow spec in that capability now, so we can also do protocol and port number via a flow spec announcement as well. Recently, I know of a DDoS attack that was roughly 300 gigabits per second that was substantially mitigated because of the Utters service and their use of it. The other cool thing is it's free, like free beer. Anybody in here like free beer? Okay, just checking. So here's how the Utters service basically works real quick. You tap it, there we go. So the victim service provider sends the routes up to us. We validate and replicate and redistribute those routes out to the other members. Those members go ahead and stop traffic. So now we're no longer getting traffic leaving this network. It's not going through this network or this network. So these middle victims have been saved. This ISP down here is also been saved because their upstream is no longer sending the traffic, or their peer is no longer sending the traffic, and the same down here. So we've now taken the problem, we've pushed the origin of the attack and cut it off as much as we can at the origin. Okay, here we go. So, the ask. In most of my recent presentations, I have an ask. I ask the audience to do something. There's an action item. Network operators, please, 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 please implement BCP38 in your network. Stop source spoofed packets from leaving your network. We've been talking about this for 20 plus years. There's no reason why we still have this problem, other than people just aren't doing it. There needs to be done. Like the old Smokey the Bear campaign in the United States, only you can prevent a forest fire. Well, only you can prevent a source spoofed packet from leaving your network. So please, please, please take this a few minutes, do the education, do the configuration, help prevent source spoofed packets from leaving your network. If we get rid of that capability, we will take a huge bite out of volumetric DDoS attacks. Here's some resources. BCPs, RFC 2827, and a whole bunch of related RFCs. Manners has some stuff up there about anti-spoofing as well. You should take a look at that. There's an RFC out there, 5635, about real-time black hole stuff. There's a link to our others. There's a link to a couple things about ExaBGP. And for those of you that know about Casey and Kata and crew, there's a link to their spoofer project, where you can actually set up a service, run a little piece of code on one of your machines, and they can test whether or not your anti-spoofing capability is working or not working, and they will go ahead and report it. You also can see on there a list of ISPs that are good at anti-spoofing, and they have a really pretty map showing how around the world what regions are good about anti-spoofing and what regions are not so good. When I looked up Africa earlier today, honestly, you guys aren't doing too bad. You got a fair amount of good green in there. There's a couple of reds and a couple of other non-green colors in there, but on whole, as a continent, you guys are doing really well there. So there are some resources to look at and talk about. I am done with most of that, and I'm trying to help run us along and catch up on the schedule a little bit, but if there's times, I've got questions. If you want to throw things at me, throw things at me. If you disagree, that's cool. We can chat about it. But if you do have questions, please go to the mic or find a mic.
Hi, Greg. You mentioned that Africa's got lots of green in terms of not spoofing packets. My experience is that that's often because most of Africa runs behind a NAT, and a NAT is kind of an intrinsic anti-spoofing device.
Yes.
Is that what you've seen as well?
Well, I'm just going off of the map from Kata, whether or not that anti-spoofing is because there's a large chunk of NAT happening or not. I don't know. It's not immediately visible in Kata's information there. I would encourage folks to run Kata's spoofing tool and see how spoofing works or isn't working in their network. Other questions or comments or thoughts? Yes, sir.
Just a quick comment. So Manus rely a lot for the action tool of Manus is anti-spoofing. So implementation of BCP38, we rely a lot on that spoofer tool from Gaia. So I would encourage ISPs to download and run it, and we will get the information so that we can provide see who is actually doing BCP38.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, Nishan.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Nishan. It's an internet citizen. You said something interesting in your talk. You said, don't peer with the messy neighbors. Don't give them the incentive to do that. But, I mean, in my experience, the reality is that
I owe him a whiskey because I used him as my example. Yeah, no. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a high-level statement that says, don't go and connect with messy networks, right? Set the bar. You're not going to be able to stop all of that. You're not going to be able to come back and say, all right, I can't, there are other overriding reasons why I need to peer with this network. Maybe they are not doing anti-spoofing and they're messy, but I still need to peer with them. So there's economics, there's business, there's political reasons why you would or wouldn't peer with folks. I guess the real point is when you're sitting down and having that conversation about peering with somebody, you're talking to a peering coordinator, you're talking to their network folks, etc., ask them whether or not they're dealing with spoofing. Look at the tools out on the internet to see whether or not they are spoofing or not. Maybe bring that into as part of the conversation as to why you would or wouldn't peer with them and encourage them to change that behavior to maybe peer quicker or peer in more places, etc. I think the point is there are various ways we can change behavior through the economics of our interconnections. And if we can change the behaviors of things based on the economics of the interconnection, where we get rid of source spoofed, that may be a tool that allows us to do that.
If you want to know, this is the time to reach out to us. So there's Ed, who's been making himself very popular in Hawaii. Could you stand up, please? Because you're really short and people can't see you. So that's Ed. And there's Donald, who is hiding himself.
He's back over there in the corner.
And there's me, and there's of course. Discuss with us, discuss you need help. And we'll happily put resources towards helping you build this for your network. Thank you for allowing me,
No problem. So I'm gonna steal his thunder now real quick and just amplify that a little bit more. That is the reason for a NOG, like ZANOG, right? That is the reason why these meetings and these events exist. There's probably a whole bunch of you in there that are like, yeah, I really want to learn about this URPF thing, but I'm not going to raise my hand because I don't want to look like that person that doesn't know anything, etc. That's just human nature. But keep that in your mind that you want to learn that, and then feed that back into the folks that put on these organizations or that are going to do the trainings, and let them know that you are interested in this. And I'm sure they can get folks to come out and help you train and help you understand and help you educate. That's the value of these organizations and these meetings, is to exchange knowledge and information and to help our fellow network operators. Period. End of discussion. Simple. You can email me. I'll be happy to answer and talk to you about any of these kinds of topics anytime, right? It might be better to talk to somebody that's in country because I'm 6,000 miles away. If enough of you say to come here, I'll show back up. I love, so far, the bazillion times now in the last 6 months I've been to Africa. It's been great. So please, please support these organizations, support the folks that are willing to get you the knowledge and help you with that knowledge. That's what these are for. Anybody else got any other questions or comments? Going once? Going twice? Thank you. Bert says thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Ed.
expanded mandate, and it is now the mandate of the Film Publication Board to regulate the distribution of content. That includes all online content. So essentially, the Film and Publication Board has gone from having to check what DVDs and magazines are being shipped to adult stores around the country to regulating the entirety of the internet and how South Africans have access to that. That is an enormous amount of scope creep for anyone. The focus does remain on protecting children. And I do want to stress that the Film Publication Board, the organisation, and the people who work there remain pleasant to deal with. It's not their fault that the legislation is extremely poorly drafted. Please don't hate on them for trying to do the best with some poorly drafted law. So, there are, in theory, 3 sections of the FPB Act that you should definitely care about as an ISP. Section 18A, complaints against prohibited content. That's a general section of the Act, but it has a specific application to ISPs. And then 24C and 27A, which have internet service providers in the headings for those particular sections. 18A, complaints against prohibited content. Now this section, as I said, is a general section of the Act. Anyone can complain to the Film Publication Board that there is prohibited content, or even just potentially prohibited content, online. And they might be unhappy about that. We'll look in a minute what prohibited content is. But it can be content that is being offered online by anybody, whether they're offering it commercially or non-commercially. FPB gets that report, they investigate. If they agree, they will issue a takedown notice against the relevant internet service provider. We will look at takedown notices a little bit later on. The internet service provider presumably removes the content that is prohibited, and they're also obliged to share information about whose content that was, the customer information of the content provider. There's also some sections on how they deal with content outside of South Africa, which is funny because really there's not much you can do if the content is not hosted in the country where this Act has jurisdiction. What's prohibited content? Well, those first 2 definitions are important only to understand that the Act covers everybody, whether you're a commercial online distributor like Netflix or a non-commercial online distributor, which is literally everybody else that's ever put anything online. Prohibited content is content that amounts to propaganda for war, incitement of imminent violence, advocacy of hatred that is based on identifiable group characteristic, in other words, hate speech. Those, you read them once, you think, okay, I understand what those are. But let's say someone on the ZANOG list says, this load shedding is a huge problem, people who are going into substations and vandalizing them should be taken outside and shot, right? That's something we can all kind of empathize with a little bit because it's such a big problem. But is that imminent violence? Probably not, because it's not a specific person, it's a general complaint. But if someone complains to say, the ZANOG list has incitement to violence, it needs to be shut down, and complains to the Film Publication Board, they are duty bound to investigate that. So this is potentially quite problematic in general. As an ISP, you don't need to worry about this section too much. This is 18E until you get a takedown notice for that content, and then you would handle it in the same way that you deal with any other takedown notice. Let's look at section 24C, which is titled Obligations of Internet Access and Service Providers. However, we can ignore it because it has absolutely nothing to do with internet access providers or internet service providers. Why the heading says that, nobody knows. It was originally supposed to be something to do with ISPs, but it is not. It is only relevant to you if you happen to provide services specifically aimed at children. Contact services, social media for kids, or content that is specifically targeted at kids. If you do that, if you're an ISP that happens to do that, please go and read this section of the Act. You can get into all kinds of trouble if you provide a child-oriented services without doing the checklist of things that section 24C requires. And then the main one, section 27A, says every internet service provider shall register with the board in the manner prescribed by regulations and take all reasonable steps to present the use of their services for the hosting and distribution of child pornography. So what's a reasonable step you can take to prevent your network being used for the hosting of child pornography? Well, you can't exactly ask your customer, are you intending to use this to host child pornography? If you say yes, then I don't want you as a customer. You don't know that your customer is going to do this. So there are very few reasonable steps you can take. You can only generally act if you become aware of someone doing naughty things after they've started doing them. And the next section of the Act covers exactly that. If you have knowledge that your service is being used for child pornography, but also all of that other prohibited content, hate speech, incitement to violence, you have an obligation to, if it's child pornography, prevent access to it, and then report the problematic content to South African police services, and then preserve the evidence that it happened. Now, if you talk to the South African police services, they do not want you to take all reasonable steps to prevent access, because the chances are they're still investigating this, and the second you terminate access to this child porn site, you will hamper an ongoing investigation. So if SAPs are talking to you about this, they'll say, please do B and C, but don't do A, and yes, we're asking you to selectively ignore part of the law. You'll help us a lot with our investigation. You're also obligated to provide particulars of any users that happen to gain access to that. It's not like you're going to have logs for the child porn server, but if you do happen to have some information, you're obliged to share that. And the fines here are worth mentioning. If you don't register as an ISP, you can get a 150,000 rand fine or 6 months in jail. If you come across child pornography and you don't report it to law enforcement appropriately, you can get a 750,000 rand fine and 5 years in prison, or 5 years in prison. So there are some substantial penalties for not complying with this Act. The active things you should be doing if you're an ISP is 1, register with the Film Publication Board. And that's pretty much it. You should, once you've got your registration certificate, put it online on your website so there's a record, and you have to renew your registration each year. But fundamentally, the active steps you should be taking to comply with the Act are simply to register. Why should you do this? Well, there's an exhaustive list of reasons. It's the law. I can't think of any other particularly good reasons you should be registering. It doesn't serve any practical value, but please do it if you're an ISP. It could avoid you getting a fine later on. Who needs to do this? Every internet service provider. What's an internet service provider? Any person who carries on the business of providing access to the internet by any means. Yes, that's an extremely broad definition. Does it include a company that provides hosting? Well, the tortured logic there is that if you're an ISP and you're selling access, you have one client that you sell access to the entire rest of the internet to. If you're a hosting company, you have the whole internet, and you provide access to the whole internet to one client's content. So you are still providing internet access for a very limited amount of information for one of your clients. And most of the Film Publication Act deals with hosted content, so if you're a hosting company, you probably should also consider registering. What about an internet cafe, a school, airports with Wi-Fi, the Indaba hotel? Well, my view is that if it is your core business, which it probably is if you're an internet cafe, then register. If it's not your core business, I wouldn't worry about it until the Film Publication Board comes knocking. And they have indeed gone from internet cafe to knock on the door, ask them if they're registered. If they haven't, say you have to get registered or we're going to issue you with a fine. Okay, step-by-step guide if you are an ISP and you need to register. So, the application form is in this entirely logical place on the FPB website under our core mandate areas, client support, application documents, board, e-application for license, exactly where you would expect to look. However, once you've found that on the website, you realize it's in fact the wrong version of the form. It's one from 10 years ago. They've gazetted a new one. And if you really do need to do this in ISP, please just ask me or someone else at ISPA to give you a form fillable version of this form so you don't have to start printing it out, filling it in and scanning it again. What should you do once you've got the form? You need to track down your company registration details, you need to get a tax compliance status, you need to pay 678 Rand and 76 cents into that bank account with your trading name as the reference. You have to fill in the application form and submit all of that to this email address. You will then wait at the moment about 3 weeks and you will get a certificate back and you're done. You're happy, put the certificate on your website and you've registered. You're now, for all intents and purposes, as compliant as you can be as an ISP with the Film Publication Act. When you get that application form, there is a little box, and above the box it says, in terms of section 27A1B of the Act, internet service providers must indicate all measures or steps taken or put in place to ensure that children are not exposed to child pornography and pornography. And then you're supposed to put in this little box your explanation of how you're doing that. And this is a complete lie. That's not what the Act says. the application form is lying. The Act actually says, 27A1B says, every internet service provider shall take all reasonable steps, not all measures or steps, all reasonable steps, and to prevent the use of their service. You're not obliged to regulate all internet content and protect children from it, just the use of your services. And then it's for the hosting or distribution of child pornography, not protecting children from child pornography and pornography. Protecting children from pornography on the internet is nearly impossible because the sex drive of the average teenager overwhelms anybody's technical proficiency. So there's a huge difference, and it's a bit disconcerting that the application form lies about these requirements. So when you get to that application form, please don't assume you're expected to do what it says. Instead, fill in the application form with this text. Everyone got it? Fantastic. Right, we're moving on to the ECT Act. If you do want a copy of that text, you can ask me for it, or this presentation will be available. I would like to highlight the last thing on that list, and that is, as an ISP, if you're not providing your customers, your internet access customers, with information or links to tools they can use to protect their kids, please do that. The chances are your customers are going to Google if they want that information. They're not going to go to your website and look for those tools. But if you are putting those links in your newsletter and regular updates on your website of here's how you can best protect kids online, then at least you've got something to point at and say, look, we are taking these reasonable steps to advise our customers how to protect their children. That's about all we can do. So it's something you should do and can do. And you can say that that's something you're doing when you submit your application. Let's move away from the FPB Act and to look at a couple of other acts in the 10 or so minutes we have left. The ECT Act, Electronic Communications and Transactions Act of 2002. This is an amazing act in terms of what's packed into there. Before this act, it was not legal to conclude a contract via email. You couldn't sign anything online. This act made electronic documents the equivalent of printed documents, with a few exceptions, those being property deeds and wills. But other than that, after 2002, you could conduct business online legally, which you could not before this date. The Act also offered some of the first protection to consumers on spam, personal information. It introduced cybercrimes, the first Act to mention cybercrimes. At the end, it established the South African Domain Name Authority. It also limits the liability of ISPs. We'll look at that on the next slide. And this is a good act. It's largely well written, and we rely on this. It's a fundamental cornerstone of South African e-commerce still today. It also tried to do a few things that were a terrible idea. It tried to introduce cyber inspectors. Those were special cops that would work for the Department of Communication and go and investigate these things in the act. It tried to regulate cryptography and authentication, that's digital signatures. Its method of regulating electronic signatures was to decide only the post office can do these things in South Africa, and anyone else, their digital signatures don't carry as much weight. Why the post office? Who knows? They had good lobbyists at the time. And also tried to regulate cryptography. How many of you have sold a product or a service that has cryptography built in it in the last year? All of you. If you've sold any piece of equipment, it has cryptography in it. It's just a fundamental part of everything we do online. Did you register that cryptography service or product in terms of this act before you sold it? Because you're obliged to. This hasn't gone away. You're not allowed to sell something in South Africa without registering that cryptography product or service before you do. Of course, nobody does this. There is no way to register this, but it's still law. There shouldn't be a requirement to register cryptography services because it doesn't make any sense to have a register of all of these things. So there were some bits in the Act that weren't great and other bits that were pretty good. The one we're focused on for ISPs is limitation on ISPs. Now, ECTA limits your liability as an ISP for several things. Traffic that just passes on your network, you are not liable for. Content that you host, either because someone's paying you to host it or because you're running a cache, so you've sucked a copy down for your customers to look at, you have no liability for any of that content, subject to a takedown notice. Takedown notice is a notice lodged with the ISP or an industry body in terms of the Act saying this is dodgy content, please remove it from the internet. Provided when you get that notice, you act expeditiously to act on it, you are not liable for things you cache or host. When the Act was being drafted in 1999, it seemed to be important to protect all of the South African search engines that were definitely going to develop in the next 10 years and make limit their liability for pointing to things using a search engine. This, as it turns out, didn't become a practical problem, but the Act does prevent search engines from having liability for illegal content that they just point to. There is this is great legislation. If you're an ISP and you're covered by this Act, not only can you not be sued for content that you're hosting or goes over your network, but if you act on a takedown notice and remove that, your customer can't sue you for removing their content from the internet either. You've got a double protection. So this is good from an ISP point of view. But there are problems. There is no right of reply for the target of a takedown notice. If I don't like your company, I can lodge a takedown notice against your hosting provider, and they have to take a calculated risk. Do they believe me when I say Mark's website is infringing my copyright and must be removed at once? Maybe they do. Maybe they take it down. If you're an ISP, the risk, and Mark says it's not infringing any copyright, but I'm saying yes, it definitely does. The risks, well, generally you're going to err on taking that content down. So that no right of reply is a serious problem. And then you shouldn't have to belong to an industry body. Now, ISPA is currently, Internet Service Providers Association, my organization, is currently the only recognized industry representative body in terms of that Act. It was really painful to get recognized. It took years and a lot of hassle. It's nice that we're the only one recognized. We use it as a marketing tool to say, well, join us because you get this limitation on liability. But that's not how it should work. We are the only country that requires you to belong to an industry body to get limitations on liability if you're an ISP. You should get that without having to jump any hoops just because you're an ISP. So this is a flaw in the Act that ISPA would like to see corrected, even if it helps ISPA in terms of recruiting companies as members. The good news is the first one, the right to reply, is on the Department of Communications list of things to fix. The second one, unfortunately, does not seem to be. Okay, those takedown notices that you can be lodged. Well, at the moment, they all come through ISPA because we're the only recognized IRB. Here are some stats on those. ISPA gets about 2 of these takedown notices every single day of the year, on average, day in, day out, weekends, public holidays included. You'll see a little spike in 2020, 2021. That was during COVID. We saw a upswelling of scam sites that pushed the stats into being higher. In the 10 years up to that, it was, well, not exponential, but at least geometric growth leading up there. And we saw after the pandemic, it dropped down a little bit to about the same stable levels we saw in 2018, 2019. 2 a day is not much, but this is still a few hundred websites, scam sites, problematic sites that are removed from the South African internet every year. And the authorities like this. The gambling board, for example, has used this to remove illegal lotteries from the internet and were deliriously happy at how easy it was to do. We also had a very nice thank you letter from a firm of lawyers in Norway saying, we cannot believe that South Africa has such an efficient way for us to remove our clients' copyrighted content from the internet. I wish Norway had such an efficient process. Norway could learn from South Africa. It's really nice when you get strange praise like that from a country like Norway. So how successful is this? It's a really successful way to remove content from the internet. Consistently over the last 5 years, 98% of the takedown notices that were actually targeted against ISPA's members resulted in the content being removed. This is good, but also quite worrying, because that means only 2% were not honored. And probably that 2% were people trying to take down Mark's website when I just didn't like Mark, so conflicting copyright infringements, or legal disputes over who actually owns the website. In the very early days, we had a number of takedown notices from web developers who had not been paid. Their argument was, if you haven't paid me for your website, then I still own the copyright, and therefore, you keeping your website up until you without paying me is an infringement of my copyright. I want the website removed, please. 99%, the person getting that said, oh, why didn't we pay this? Pay it, make this takedown notice go away. It's a really weird way for this legislation to be used, and we don't see these anymore, but those first few years, that was a big chunk of these takedown notices. What sort of content? The blue line on the left is copyright infringing material. It's consistently, except 1 year, been the highest chunk, remains our highest amount. You'll see the grey line, the next one is fraud, malware, phishing sites. So sites that specifically do damage or have software on them that will cause you a problem. That's always been second until 2018, when a security researcher discovered the takedown notice process and lodged his entire list of problematic sites to get them all removed. He did a great job of tidying up the South African internet that year. He still continues to lodge them, but we can see we dealt with his backlog in 2018. And then the lines that occur in the last few years are the scam sites. And we didn't, because when we started we didn't have many of these, they didn't have a category of their own, but that's what that black line is. All the scam sites, buy a puppy and online and we'll send you a puppy, and then of course nobody ever gets the puppy that they've bought online because it's a complete scam. Okay, away from takedown notices onto a little bit about privacy. I'm not going to finish in a minute, but I will try and talk fast. I only have a few slides left. So, privacy is an historical oddity. Human beings are not geared to respect privacy. We are innately very, very nosy creatures. This is why clickbait headings saying, find out what such and such a celebrity of the week was seen doing in Walmart. Like, even if you've never heard of that person, you still want to click because what was the odd thing they were doing? But we have not had an expectation of privacy for most of human history. Until at least the 1200s, but more likely till the 1700s when books became commonplace, human beings never read silently in their head. All reading was out loud, as far as we can tell from the historical record. It simply didn't occur to anybody that they should read things privately. And there weren't many books, so when someone was reading, they generally read out loud. Until the 1500s, we didn't have walls in most of our residential buildings because we didn't really need supporting walls until we started building brick chimneys. So when you're at home, you didn't expect anyone else in the family to show you any privacy because you're all in one big room. And for most of human history, if you were lucky enough to have sheep and pigs, they stayed in the same room as you at night because you only had one room, and if you let them sleep outside, they would die of cold. Until the 1700s, at least in Europe, beds were expensive things. So most families had one big bed that everybody slept in. And when you had visitors, your visitors joined you and slept in the same big bed as the rest of the family. And yes, this did mean that occasionally you'd be sleeping on the other side of the bed with family members having sex. That wasn't the norm, but it certainly wasn't unusual until the 1700s when beds became cheaper. Until the 1900s, the records that governments had were open to inspection, generally speaking, by anybody. So I could go and find out whatever information the government had on mark. That was the norm. It wasn't protected. There was no expectation that government would protect your information. And the term right to privacy crops up for the first time anywhere in the 1890s. And that's because in 1816 we hit a privacy milestone. Does anybody know what that was? It was the invention of the camera. It turns out that we don't really care so much about our privacy unless there is evidence of what we were doing when our privacy wasn't being respected. So until a mobile phone call or a fixed line, but your internet feed, if you're trying to intercept someone's WhatsApp traffic, then getting a feed of every IP packet from their ISP is useless because it's encrypted and there's all kinds of other nonsense mixed in with that. So for you to decrypt that or do anything useful with it isn't very helpful. So law enforcement generally does not see much use in doing live intercept of internet traffic. Storing communication-related information is another minefield. RICA provides for directives to be issued requiring ISPs and other telecommunication service providers to keep logs of pretty much anything. Access logs, your customers accessing your network, accessing the internet. Email logs, if you're running an email server. Web server logs, who access that email server. For up to 5 years. And in 2008, there were directives drafted that would have required every ISP to do exactly that. They were never published. They were never published because we kept pointing out to the people writing them that if you publish this, the way the phrasing is in RICA and in these directives, it would apply to every organization in South Africa. You're not just requiring ISPs, you're requiring everybody to keep all email logs, all web server logs, and all access logs for 5 years. That was not published, but if you're a technical person, please bear in mind when you design your networks, that there is still legislation out there that could require you to intercept or store information, and you should take this into account when you are designing your network in case you are ever required to do so. I think in the next 10 years there probably will be some directives coming out of RICA, but probably not until it's been amended, because the Constitutional Court does not like RICA very much. If you disclose customer information by usually someone from SAPS, but it could be someone else, please verify the identity of the requester, however you think it's best to do that. Preserve the information they're asking for. If they're asking for information about this child porn site on your network you didn't know you have, please tell your technical team to make sure logs are not going to be accidentally deleted anytime soon. Make sure you keep them, and that you keep them in a way that can be useful in court. But don't disclose customer information without a valid legal request to do so. You could be a victim of a scam. Someone could come to you with a trumped-up subpoena trying to get private information for a nefarious purpose. You must make sure it's a legitimate request. You could get requests from all types of entities. Those are some of them. The Tax Administration Act is worth specifically highlighting. SARS does not need to approach you with a subpoena. They can just make a request to you to tell them about one of your customers they think has been naughty and is tax deficient, and you are required to share that information with them. Please do that, but do check that it is someone from SARS, because they have been known to use private Gmail addresses when making these requests, which is not healthy, and they were a bit baffled why that might upset someone. I think this is my second last substantive slide, so the booze is getting closer. Cybercrimes Act was drafted about 4 years ago. Most of it came into effect just more than a year ago at the end of 2021. This is a great act. It's well drafted, thought went into it. It codifies a number of new, not really, crimes, including cyber fraud, cyber forgery and uttering, cyber extortion, and interestingly, malicious communications, some of the things we saw under the Film Publication Act, handled much better here. Incitement, threats of violence, and disclosure of intimate images, that's revenge porn, is now criminalized in terms of the act. Do not send pictures of your ex to people because you are cross with them. It is a criminal offense and you can go to jail for it. The Act also places sort of new obligations on ISPs. Neither of these sections are in force. They haven't been enacted, so you don't have to worry about them yet. Section 21 will replace the Section 205 subpoenas you get under the Criminal Procedures Act. You'll in the future be getting a Section 21 of the Cybercrimes Act request. This is just for you to give information if you have it. More alarming, perhaps, is Section 54. And this requires you as an ISP to notify the authorities within 72 hours if you become aware of any of the offences listed happening on your network. So if you somehow become aware that someone on your network has sent revenge porn, you have to report that to the authorities. We're working quite closely with SAPS to try and make sure that the rules for Section 54 are sane when they come out, and I'm at this point relatively confident that they will be. A looming threat, website blocking. So, South Africa is quite astonishing, given all the other obligations for ISPs, that there is right now no obligation whatsoever on any ISP in South Africa to block any websites at all. None. A few do anyway. The mobile networks in particular block a few sites voluntarily. There are more than 70 countries around the world where there are blocking obligations on ISPs. So South Africa is one of a vanishing number of countries where there are no obligations. Who wants what blocked? Well, the copyright bodies would love to have things like the Pirate Bay blocked, the illegal streaming sites that take sports events and give them to you for free, maybe for a subscription, maybe because you're seeing ads. The gambling bodies definitely want unlicensed gambling sites. The most popular gambling site in South Africa is Springbok Casino, that is not in South Africa at all. It's hosted in Macau and runs, which is a special administrative region of China, and it has proved impossible for the authorities to shut it down. It is an extremely popular website. So the South African Bookmakers Association would like very much the ISPs to voluntarily block that site, which hasn't happened yet. And government is saying, well, Interpol has a list of really bad sites, please would you block them? And by the way, if the Film Publication Act does require you to protect children from pornography, and let's say Pornhub doesn't have a license as a distributor from the Film Publication Board, please could you as an ISP block Pornhub starting tomorrow? That might upset some of your customers. Problems with this blocking is it's a slippery slope. ISPA has vigorously resisted voluntary blocking by ISPs. Every few months, someone like the South African Bookmakers Association will approach ISPA and say, can we get your members to please block things voluntarily? And we say no, because the second we block your sites voluntarily, that person and that person and that person and that person are all going to come to us with a list of sites that they also would like blocked voluntarily. So ISPA's position is, if it doesn't say that a block is required in terms of the legislation, we will not block voluntarily. Blocking is also pretty hard to do. At least it's pretty hard to do in a way that works. There's more or less 3 ways to do it. You can block DNS requests, but that only helps if the customer is using your resolver and not using 1.1.1.1 or Quad 9 or 8.8.8.8. IP addresses, you can block based on IP addresses, but there's European Union case law on this. The Australian government told the Austrian government told ISPs to block 11 sites. The government was ordered to reverse that because the ISPs did that and they blocked 450 other sites because they were Cloudflare IP addresses. And the European Union said, we can't have collateral damage from that order, please reverse it. So IP address blocking is not great. And the last one is blocking on URLs. That basically involves some form of packet inspection where you look at your customer's traffic to see where it's destined for, and if it happens to be going to a blocked site, you drop those requests. But you are spying on your customers. You are intercepting their traffic, and that's something that RICA prohibits you from doing. And of course, all of this can be bypassed using a virtual private network. We know that China does manage to do some blocking, and it does that by blocking also all of the VPNs they can find, and it's a huge task for them to keep figuring out the IP address of the VPNs so they can block those in addition to other traffic. And the last slide I just threw in because every ISP's nightmare is all of their CASA compliance, and I wanted to highlight just one issue that you've probably forgotten about. If you're in a CASA licensee, then you have an obligation to tell a CASA about any price change for any internet product that you sell. If you change the price of a service, you are required at least a week before that price change comes into effect to notify a CASA about that. If you stop providing a service, you have to tell them. If you introduce a new service, you have to tell them. Hands up, who's doing that? Exactly what I thought. Okay, we have someone, one person. This is the first time in any presentation where I mention there's someone who's actually doing that. Congratulations. I think you're probably the only one complying with this. Please do bear this in mind. CASA is going to be cracking down on this, or at least starting to crack down on this. If you're not doing this, find out what you have to do and start sending those notifications through. And I think that is the end. This is some information about ISPA, which I'll leave on for a second or two. And thank you very much for your time. We are now a quarter of an hour into booze time, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to take one or two.
Yeah, just one question. So, how does, one of your slides says you cannot basically surveil or intercept traffic of your customers without their knowledge or consent.
Yeah.
Is that something that an ISP can put into their general terms and conditions that the customer signs off on at time of sign up and service delivery, and then they are covered that way, or is the law a little bit more spurred?
It would be a good idea for an ISP to put that in the terms and conditions anyway, but my opinion, no, it doesn't cover that. The RICA is quite strong in saying, unless there's a legitimate reason and the customer has consented to a particular interception of the traffic, you should not be doing it. So there's no precedent. We have not had a court case dealing with this issue at all. The courts have generally taken a view that the right to freedom of expression is very important, and that nobody should be intercepting that traffic, even if you've got it hidden in your terms and conditions. So there's no settled answer to your question. If I was an ISP, I would put that in my terms and conditions, and I still wouldn't do it.
The follow-up to that is then, how does things like NetFlow fall into the picture of all that?
You can do anything technical that you need to do to run your network without being at too much risk or too much worry that you are going to be accused of intercepting. You, as an ISP, you get plain text emails through your servers all the time. You're not intercepting them just because they're passing on your network. You're not intercepting them if one of your staff members happens to see the content of a message in the course of their normal job. That is not intercepting. That is, you're doing your job and you happen to see content. If that happens to be unlawful content, and you then don't report it, as we saw as a requirement of a couple of bits of legislation, then you've got a problem, because you did see it accidentally, and you must do something about it. But generally, things that are improving the technical functioning of the network are okay to do as long as you're not spying on specific customers, including NetFlow. I don't think anyone's ever felt that the NetFlow traffic was problematic.
Yeah.
How does a person do a takedown against somebody like Cloudflare, which says...
You're being asked to just identify yourself.
Ronald from Fusion. How does a person do a takedown against somebody like Cloudflare who refuses to have anything to do with the jurisdiction of South Africa, although the website that is being displayed uses South African rands?
So we deal with, ISPA deals with takedowns against sites that are hidden behind Cloudflare all the time. You have to identify the ISP that's actually hosting it, if you can figure that out, because Cloudflare don't exactly make it easy by design for you to figure out what the actual IP address is of that site. But provided you can identify the service provider that is really hosting it, you can lodge a takedown against that. The takedown notice does not require you to identify the IP address. If you lodge one, and it seems to be Cloudflare, it'll get sent back saying, Cloudflare, we can't help. If you can figure out who's actually hosting it, you lodge it again, and it will be processed. Maybe a little bit of a sidebar on this. During the pandemic, there was something called zero rating. And this was an obligation on ISPs, but particularly the mobile operators, to zero rate about 1,200 websites that were university sites, school sites, the coronavirus information page. And the obligation was you must provide all your customers with free access to those sites for the duration of the pandemic. For most ISPs, this was not an issue because you don't charge per packet to get to the site, so all your customers can go to all of these sites all the time. If you're a mobile network charging per traffic, this was a big deal. The mobile networks do reverse build, where they will take your website, they will analyze it, and any traffic going to that website, if you're a bank, you pick up the tab, your customers can get there for free even if they've got no data left on their phone, they can still get to your website. So the mobile networks can do this, but they're used to this being a week-long project or weeks-long project for every site, and suddenly they had to do 1,000 of them overnight. They did, and for the duration of the pandemic, there were 1,200 websites in South Africa that anybody could access completely for free, and this had an enormous impact, particularly on the ability of the education sector to keep running. But we quite quickly saw enormous abuse, and Cloudflare was one of the areas this was abused. So, using some VPN-like techniques, a large number of people got the zero rating list and essentially spoofed addresses on there that were with Cloudflare to get entirely free internet access. So the technical details are probably a matter for an entirely different talk altogether. But by pretending to access one of the zero rated sites, it was possible to install an app on your phone that did this for you, and it would make every internet site you went to look like the website of a small school with tiny amounts of traffic that was zero rated. So you could browse, download as much as you want for free. This ended up being, for a couple of months, a significant double-digit portion of at least one mobile network operator's traffic. Zero rating fraud was a huge portion. That's tens, possibly even hundreds of millions of rands of fraud by people using Cloudflare to exploit the good nature of zero rating. We also amusingly had a student working for a university. The university implemented zero rating by saying, well, we'll do a sort of a proxy system where you can go to a university website, log in with your student details, and we'll give you free access to the rest of the internet by making it look like you're going to, all your traffic is to this zero rated site, which is fine. The universities were entitled to do that. It was a good implementation. However, that young entrepreneur then sold his username and login to 300 people in the town he lived and was providing an ad hoc free ISP which he was collecting money for, which is deeply problematic, if not ingenious. Not sure I answered your question. I tend to get distracted when I get questions, but hopefully that was amusing. Nishal.
Hi, Nishal. First question, what was the student's name, and do you have an email address?
I don't. I have no idea. I know the university, but I'm not going to mention it.
Thanks, that was very interesting. As you said, for a non-legal person to get a human version of what's going on in the world, in South Africa, that was interesting. I have a very simple question, and that was relating to the submissions to ICASA at the end, when you said who submits their changes or change of schedules, etc. Is that also applicable to license-exempt entities?
No.
Thank you.
It's only applicable to those of you who have reports on your services on an annual basis. Any other questions? Fantastic. Booze time.
So that concludes all the learning part of the afternoon. Fortunately, Taryn is going to join us on stage and tell us about the fun part for this evening, and then I'm going to tell you about the fun part for the rest of the afternoon.
Hi everyone. Africa Data Centers are very excited to be hosting the social event, or the ZANOG23 social event. It will be happening at the Fourways rooftop, just across the way here. It starts at 6 p.m. Please can everyone wear formal black attire, and it will be 350 Rand per person at the door. I'm not too sure if that was communicated to you. There'll be drinks, snacks, and music. It's time for fun, just to relax from a great informed day sessions. And if you have any questions, you can let me know. Thank you. I'm just kidding, guys. It's not formal attire. Come as you please, be comfortable, relax. It's a free space. I look forward to seeing you all there. Thanks.
Now that paramedics are finished in the room, so we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. There's libations available in the corner if you drink alcohol. If you drink tea and coffee, they're available outside. And in about 10 minutes we'll have a quick quiz with prizes. Prizes are good, right? Which will be a mixture of internet knowledge and things that happened during the conference so far. So see you all at about 22.